Recording in progress.
Okay.
Mayor and council, we are live.
Thank you.
Do we have Mr. Madison?
Mr. Madison is participating virtually.
He's going to participate virtually due to a just cause request. So when he comes on, he has to make an announcement.
Mr. Madison?
I'm not sure he's there yet. I'll let you know.
Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the March 2nd, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. We'll start with the apologies that we're running a little bit behind. We were in closed session handling closed session items. The council did go through items A, B, C, and D.
Did not discuss E.
Did not discuss E. And at this point, there's no reportable action.
Okay.
With that, we will move to roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cole?
Present.
Councilmember Hampton?
Blessed and honor to be here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Madison is not yet in the meeting. Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Here.
Mayor Gordo?
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay. Mr. Jones, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please stand if you're able. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You did discuss E?
Okay. I think we can get through the first few matters rather quickly and then get to item the 10, the quasi-judicial action. So why don't I'll entertain a sweep motion on the consent calendar.
Mayor, actually, I have to recuse myself from
Okay.
item 3. Out of abundance of caution and based on the advice of the city attorney, I should recuse myself because although it does include the county of Los Angeles, there's a potential it may include my department, who's my employer. So out of that, I'll recuse myself.
Why don't we do the consent calendar quick, and then I'm going to turn to the city manager, and then we'll turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda.
So Mr. Jones is recused from item 3 and is
Okay.
leaving the meeting.
So taking up item 3, is there a motion on that? There's a motion on item 3 to take it separately. Mr. Cole?
Second.
Okay.
That
Is
was
there-
to approve?
To approve item 3. Are there any objections? Oh, we need roll call. Mr. Madison?
Mr. Madison is here.
Okay. So, roll call?
Yes. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
To approve item 3. Councilmember Hampton? Yes. Councilmember Jones is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That item is approved. Mr. Madison should make an announcement about just cause.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mayor. I am participating remotely tonight. I've got this bug that's going around and am contagious. I am alone in my home office. Nobody of any age, including over the age of 18, is with me. And I'll leave it to the city attorney or the city clerk to add any details that I missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we can have Mr. Jones come back.
So, Mr. Jones, you're back in. And Mr. Cole made a motion on the remainder of the consent calendar, and it was seconded by Mr. Hampton. Okay. And so our roll call on the entirety of the consent calendar remaining.
So it was moved by Mr. Cole, seconded by Mr. Hampton to approve the remaining items on consent. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? Yes. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That motion is approved without opposition. Did you want to go to ceremonial first?
Yeah, why don't we go to, very quickly to ceremonial? And I'll turn to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I am deeply saddened to inform the City Council and the community of the recent passing of two of our city employees, Victor Andujo and Jose J.C. Chavez. Victor Andujo was a water systems mechanic too, with over 11 years of dedicated service at Pasadena Water and Power, who passed away on February 7th in his home. He was an outstanding team member and a friend to many and will be greatly missed. Victor joined Pasadena Water and Power in 2014 as a maintenance construction worker, and his section manager, Norman Lara, reports that, quote, Victor was one of our most dedicated team members, always wanting to do his job at his best at his job. He was our department utilities underground locator, and at his job, we had a near perfect rating, making sure our utilities were located properly. He will be missed for his dedication to his work, but most importantly, for his joy of life and his family. Victor was a shining example for all, and in 2025, after getting his water treatment and distribution certifications, he was quickly promoted to Water Systems Mechanic 2. Crew Supervisor Frank DeVizia recalls Victor as having, quote, an exceptional work ethic and was always determined to get the job done right. He will be deeply missed, and his absence will be a significant loss to the department and to the city. Victor is survived by his wife Soledad and his children Kayla, John, Frankie, and James. We extend our deepest condolences to Victor's family and friends at this difficult time. Jose J.C. Chavez passed away from an illness earlier this month at the age of 49. Jose joined the city in 2014 and served as a parking enforcement representative for the parking division. Jose was a dedicated employee who started his career with us working the graveyard shift. More recently, Jose moved to the day shift and was assisting with dispatch duties. Jose was always kind and was well known for his gentle demeanor. He was also known for his work ethic and willingness to go above and beyond to ensure his work was completed accurately and professionally. Jose was a local resident of Pasadena and a proud graduate of Pasadena High School. He is survived by his two siblings, Luis and Dora Chavez. Jose will be greatly missed by all of us in the city, particularly the Department of Transportation and especially the Parking Division. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for providing that information. And on behalf of the council, we extend our sympathies to the families of both of our city employees. And it's a reminder that, you know, the people who work in our city and live in our city, all of them are important. And so we thank these two employees for their hard work. With that, we will now move on to public comment for matters not on the agenda, and we do have 8 speaker cards. I'm going to ask that we limit public comment, given the quasi judicial matter and the public interest on matters on the agenda, that we limit public comment to 1.5 minutes for each speaker. If you wish to have more time, you're welcome to stay after we complete our agenda, and we will provide more time if you defer your comments to after the agenda has been completed.
So I'm going to call names. We have members of the audience that are in conference rooms in the basement and outside and here in the chamber. So I'm going to call everybody's name at once and then have them come in and line up down the center aisle. So if you're here and you hear your name and there's no one in front of you, go ahead and start your public comment. Rob Mathia, Ruth Landsberger, Kate E., Les Hammer, Marianne Albina, Humara Afzal, Terry Stein, and then online we have Diatini Flores. Mr. Hammer, I see you. You want to come first? You can come first. Or Kate E.
Kate, welcome.
Okay, I'm here to talk about why we need to divest from Israel. On Saturday, Israel killed 165 Iranian little girls going to school. In Lebanon, Israeli strikes killed 52 people. Then, using their own attacks as a pretext, Israel shut down the little aid that's getting into Gaza and stopped letting ill and injured people out. Food prices are skyrocketing. World Central Kitchen says if Gaza's borders aren't open, they'll run out of food this week, subtracting hundreds of thousands of meals from a territory again being plunged into famine. On the West Bank, settler attacks with pepper spray, tear gas, clubs, and guns have sharply escalated. The IDF arrested only Palestinians after all of this, including a 10-year-old child. Settlers fired on children gathering food, and today in Nablus, settlers killed 2 more Palestinians. In a February 17th speech in Jerusalem, this is 2 weeks ago, former and potentially future Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett said, "Turkey is the new Iran," also proclaiming Qatar, Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan as adversaries. So the question is, how many civilians and how many children does Israel have to kill before we say, enough, we're not part of this anymore?
Thank you.
Mr. Hammer, you're in the room, so come on up.
Mr. Hammer, welcome.
And we still need Rob Mathia, Ruth Landsberger, Marianne Albina. Go ahead, Mr. Hammer. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. I'm sorry that the council adopted a resolution for creative ways to keep ICE agents out of our sanctuary city. Contrary to what one city council member said, I believe that was Mr. Madison, the Supreme Court ruled in a 1982 case, INS versus Lopez Mendoza. Illegal immigration is a crime. Remaining in the country illegally is a continuing crime. And again, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Madison wondered why there have been no reports in the media about crimes committed by illegal immigrants. That's because the mainstream press won't report them because it doesn't fit their narrative. I doubt that any people in politics or the press care about basketball player Jamal Shaw Jr., shot and killed by an illegal immigrant. Gates Steinle, shot and killed on a San Francisco pier by an illegal immigrant who had been deported 5 times. Film director Bob Clark, who made the delightful movie A Christmas Story, and his son, killed in a head-on collision on Pacific Coast Highway by an illegal immigrant driving drunk. And Lincoln Riley, whose brutal murder inspired Angel Day on February 22nd. And last of all, Councilmember Rick Cole said that the way to end ICE raids is comprehensive immigration reform. Well, comprehensive immigration reform is nothing more than amnesty on the installment plan. We've had plenty of laws on the books since the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. The problem is that Democratic politicians don't want immigration laws to be enforced. That's why we have sanctuary cities like Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Rob Mathia, followed by Ruth Landsberger, then Marianne Albina, then Humara Afzal, then Francis Myers, then Terry Stein, then Diatine Flores. Go ahead.
Mr. Mathia, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Dr. Rob Mathia, resident of District Number 1, and I'm here to ask the council to keep moving on the ethical investment policy. I returned 2 weeks ago today from the West Bank, and while I was there, I was in Bethlehem, and I purchased these little olive wood hearts. And in December of 2023, this is about 2 months after the war broke out, in the Church of the Nativity, on the Feast of the Holy Innocents, they had an installation of 8,000 of these hearts on their floor, representing the 8,000 Gazan children who had been killed in those 2 months. As of today, that number is up over 21,000. This little heart is the size of a young child's heart. And I want to just urge you, as the city council, to keep moving on an ethical investment policy that will say Pasadena will not make money from companies that continue to kill young, innocent lives. So I've brought hearts back for each of you, and I'll leave them at the desk. And I ask that you hold these wooden hearts and remember these children and commit to a just policy for people who suffer from this kind of violence anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ruth Landsberger, followed by Marianne Albina, followed by Humara Afzal, then Francis Myers, then Terry Stein, then Diatine Flores.
Ms. Lamps, welcome. If you heard your name, please move forward
Oh,
and form a
okay.
line.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ruth Landsberger, and I'm a Pasadena resident. I'm asking our city council to bring its economic power to the table. An ethical investment policy speaks volumes to the community. If this were a simple job, we wouldn't all be here this evening. Last week, we recognized the impact of Jesse Jackson in our lives. His impact was inseparable from his bravery. That bravery showed itself by a willingness to stand up to powerful economic and political forces. He asked us to be vulnerable, and this is inseparable from being brave. Last week's courageous statements here reminded me of the telling of my grandfather's forceful removal by the Nazis from his home in Germany. He was taken to a concentration camp. Thankfully, he survived. His son, my father, later in life journeyed to Palestine with his hometown's Interfaith Council in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Up until that time, my father had been dismissive of the Palestinian plight. He did not see the universality of truth, but he was open enough to go and see for himself. Then in Palestine, he met families, physicians, community leaders. He was befriended by the community. He became a staunch supporter of Palestine's cause to freedom and justice. Events are connected. The IDF is training ICE to raid families in our communities. We can be brave, and we can see these truths. You can channel Jesse Jackson right here. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
ma'am.
Marianne Albina, followed by
Mayor.
Hamara Afzal, then Francis Myers, then
Mayor.
Terry Stein.
Maybe you could
Albina.
share the date that the policy will be coming to the council for deliberation.
April 13th.
Yeah, the ESG will be coming forward on April 13th at council.
My name
welcome.
is Marianne. I'm a parishioner at All Saints Church. I'm Palestinian. My mother is old and lives alone in Jerusalem. We want her to have a live-in helper from our community. And there are many capable Palestinian women just living a few miles away who need the work and gladly can care for her. But because of Israeli restriction on Palestinian movement, mass surveillance, and enforced separation, we are not allowed to hire any Palestinian who lives outside of Jerusalem. If we defy apartheid, we risk detention and heavy fines. Instead, we are forced to hire a caregiver from Sri Lanka at double the cost, leaving my mom unable to communicate in her own language and unable to have her ethnic food. Who profits? Israeli companies who facilitate foreign workers' contracts. Who profits? A system of Israeli apartheid sustained by surveillance. Mass surveillance is not just about cameras and data. It reaches into our homes and dictates our most intimate choices. I urge you to make sure that as a city we do all what we can to cut all connections with companies engaged in mass surveillance here and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Humera Afzal, followed by Francis Meyer, then Terry Stein, then Diatani Flores.
Ms. Hofstad, welcome.
Yes, I look forward to April 13th. I was originally going to spend my time talking about mass surveillance and asking that mass surveillance companies be added as excluded companies in the investment policy. And I was going to talk about how it's the same technology that is being used to hunt down and kidnap immigrants in our communities and in communities across the United States. How that same technology was used to kill over 100 Iranian schoolgirls this past weekend, and how elementary age schoolgirls, and how it was the same technology that was used to kill girls who were playing basketball and volleyball in a gym, teenage girls in Iran. It's the same technology. But to lighten it up a bit, I'm going to spend the rest of my time talking about something else. For those of you who it's your first meeting here, just know that 6:47 is the average start time for our city council meetings. While you guys are making people sit out here waiting for the meetings to start, I've been out talking to the people who are waiting and collecting signatures of people asking you very kindly to start the meetings on time like every other city. In the Legislative Policy Committee, I have showed the data of how other cities manage to figure out a way to start their meetings on time. It is just wrong to make people sit here and wait and wait. So please,
Thank you.
figure it out. Thank you.
Francis Meyer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Myers? No. And then Terry Stein,
Myers,
and then Diatini Flores. I'm messing
How do you
up
do,
that name.
ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for letting me speak for a moment. I brought these, which are just 5 or 6 pages for individuals to look at so that they would understand. I'm here for 2 purposes, and this is you can choose which one you want to hear first. I'm here on a singular individual basis for a problem I have with the city, and I'm here because I do not believe that the pharmaceutical needs to be over by St. Philip's Church. Which would you like me to speak to first?
This is your time, ma'am. You have a minute and a half.
Thank you. Then I'll say that I brought these stapled packets to you to discuss or to simply let you read them, and maybe one of you will contact me or I can contact one of you. It's about being burglarized repetitively and the city police department not upholding the laws, and the city attorney does not respond to emails and does not respond to calls, and the city police chief does not respond. So I'm asking if I might leave some of these with you.
Please hand them to the Sergeant at Arms.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now I would like to add that it's very important because my son is missing, and he's missing because he was carjacked and pushed around and told that the documents and property in his car didn't belong to him. So that has to be dealt with. I need help finding him.
Thank you, ma'am.
One more thing.
No,
Your time
we want to
has
be fair to
expired.
everyone, ma'am. Your time has expired. If you want
Okay, I
more
wanted
time-
to make a comment about the pharmaceutical.
Ma'am, that's on the agenda. You mean the project next to St. Philip's? That's on the agenda.
Yes, under Agenda 10 and 3 or 6.
You're welcome to submit a card for, it's item 10.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Terry Stein?
Ms. Stein, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. As the city drafts both a potential ethical investment policy and also policies to better protect Pasadena residents from ICE, I am here to urge the council to ban investments in companies involved in mass surveillance and border militarization. At last week's meeting, there was widespread concern about the city's use of flock cameras, specifically identified by council members Hampton and Rivas. At the meeting, Chief Harris assured that all Pasadena policies regarding not sharing Pasadena's data with ICE enforcement are being followed. But the problem with the flock cameras is that our police department can follow all of Pasadena's regulations and still not be able to protect the flock data. And I'm going to analogize this to putting privacy controls on your social media platform. You can put the strongest possible privacy controls. I only want to limit it to close friends, et cetera, et cetera. But if one of those people decides to screenshot something you've posted, they can send it anywhere. So what you send, there's no way of protecting what you do. The flock data is exactly the same. Pasadena shares its information with dozens of law enforcement agencies up and down the state and has no control over how those agencies share the data. So this doesn't have to, the police department can do everything right and still not be able to protect the data that the flock cameras are gathering. So I wanted to share that in order. I know the Public Safety Commission is taking this up. This
Ma'am.
is not simply a matter of.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. City compliance, but a
You're-
bigger issue in general.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Diatani Flores,
Ms. Flores?
star 6 to
Welcome.
unmute. There you go.
Welcome.
Are you there?
Ms. Flores, can you hear us?
Yes,
Go ahead.
good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Destiny Flores, and I serve as an outreach analyst with the California Department of Insurance. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm respectfully requesting your support for 3 wildfire recovery and insurance reform bills currently under consideration at the state capitol, authored by Mike Gibson, Lisa Calderon, and Steve Padilla. These measures address ongoing recovery challenges facing wildfire-impacted communities across California. So first, we have AB 1795 by Assembly Member Gibson, would establish clear public health standards for smoke-damaged homes. After a wildfire, homes may look structurally sound but still contain hazardous contamination. This bill creates clarity for homeowners and insurers, protects public health, and helps prevent costly delays and disputes during recovery. The second bill, SB 876 by Senator Badia, strengthens disaster recovery protections by expanding coverage for additional living expenses. Families displaced by wildfires are often out of their homes for extended periods, and this measure helps ensure that they have adequate financial support during that time. Third, AB 1680 by Assemblymember Calderon.
Ma'am, your time has
increases
expired.
Oversight.
Ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Okay. So next, we will move to old business. I think we can, this has been the subject of a previous discussion. We can move this matter fairly quickly.
Yes, I received correspondence from individuals that are outside and they would like to submit a public comment card. Where do they do that if they're outside of the room?
There are city clerk staff members that are downstairs, and one should be upstairs as well, but if not, they could bring it in and the sergeant at arms can take it. There's a sergeant at arms also outside.
Okay, thank you.
So this is.
Pretty sure they heard that.
This is a very narrow issue. This matter came before the council a few weeks ago. A request was made for a local hire plan to be brought back, and that's why we're here.
So, Mayor, I have read the plan, and I think that there is a significant growth since the last time we saw this, and I appreciate our staff and the construction company, PCL, and Brianna for working on this plan diligently. There's a piece of it that we asked from the city side for a presentation on how are we going to be able to track this. And instead of, I read the plan, I thought the plan was, I don't know if everybody else has had the opportunity to, but I thought the plan was solid. From the city side, I would like to hear that presentation. I believe Dave Klug is here to present that tonight instead of rehashing that piece. Thank you.
Mr. Klug?
Yep. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. As Mr. Hampton noted, I will be talking about the First Source hiring program from the city side and how we monitor projects, both voluntary and mandatory. The city has two types of hiring programs. One, as I mentioned, is mandatory. The other is voluntary. The mandatory one is for city-funded private projects where they must hire labor from Pasadena. The other is a voluntary. These are for private projects over $50,000 that are eligible for a construction tax rebate of 50% of the salary and benefits paid to each Pasadena resident, up to 75% of the total construction tax paid. For example, a project valued at $15 million would pay a construction tax of $288,000 and could receive a rebate of up to $216,000. To meet their max rebate, they must pay for.
Given the time, I'm not sure that since this doesn't apply to this project, we need to go through the details.
Okay.
We got a long night, so that's fine. If we could just skip to
All right,
the main part.
Let's skip to it. How are we going to track it? We will track it through, we have folks in my office here with me. I have Deb Membrano, who's sitting behind at the table behind you, and Michael Trogan. Michael is also with the Foothill Workforce Investment Board, and we also will redouble our efforts on marketing and promoting the program. And I also am going to expand our team to bring on a local expert in the community whose name is Ron Matthews, who will help us connect people in the community with jobs. In addition to Ron, Prentice Dietrich will also be helping out with this, along with Assistant City Manager Nick Rodriguez.
So connect people to jobs for this project?
This project and other city construction projects.
And then what's the measurables, the success? Like, how would you determine success of that contract?
Through the program, we can see when they input the data of who is hired, we can look at if they're Pasadena residents or not. So you can see some examples of completed projects. So it shows the number of Pasadena employees, it shows the wages, shows the percentage of wages paid to Pasadena employees. And at the end, this is a local utilization report from a previous project. We can make these reports quarterly. We can make them to the city council or more frequently if you prefer. And this talks about the number of workers hired, talks about the percentage of workers hired, and who is local.
And if I may add, in the last couple of years, we had the voluntary and the mandatory programs overseen in different departments. And when we looked at that, we thought we could do better. So we consolidated it all with economic development. We invested in technology. We had staff assigned who went to training, and you can see some of the outcomes of that work. So it's always going to be a work in progress. We want to do better, and we're happy to report back to the city council in whatever intervals so desired by the city council.
I think previously we've reports have gone directly to EdTech, in the past. And so we should resume that practice and report directly to EdTech.
And also in the city manager's newsletter so that the whole council could hear the great work of our economic development team. I think having a plan like this is going to really, drive us and put teeth behind making sure that we're hiring as many local individuals here in our community. So it won't just be lost in the sauce.
We can put monthly reports in the city manager's newsletter.
Okay.
And just for the public to understand, EdTech is an Economic Development Technology Committee of the City Council. Okay. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the truncated report. I understood how we're going to track it. What I didn't understand was how we're actually going to get to the goal, particularly with union labor. So it's my understanding that in the absence of a community benefits agreement, we can't implement a local hiring preference. So we're just going to get to whoever we get to in the order of the union hire list. So how do we guarantee that we get to our number with organized labor?
Well, we will rely on Ron for a lot of that, to get to that number through his relationships of the local community and the union shops.
But they can't leapfrog, so it's not like having the relationship doesn't matter if they're not up in the sequence of hire, right?
Yeah, it's a legal issue. The federal law does not allow unions to skip their list unless there's a project labor agreement or a community benefits agreement in place.
Right.
That would violate federal law. And so the answer to the question is the only way to do it is to put a big community benefits agreement in place. Otherwise, we're relying on Mr. Matthews or Mr. Diedrich and their team to persuade labor, but unless there's agreement on the part of the employees who are on the list is going to be skipped.
Right.
Absent a PLA.
So as you might have guessed, I knew the answer to that question. So I don't really understand how we're going to get to our hiring goal without a community benefits agreement on this project. And it's a city project. It's ours we own this property. And so I don't really see how we get there without a community benefits agreement in place.
Well, we have other projects. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we've had other projects, and I think maybe that was presented in the presentation. It was skipped in some of the slides with some of the track work that Mr. Matthews has successfully obtained in our city without a project labor agreement. PUSD has a project labor agreement, and they have like 1% local on most of their projects. And I was previously a school board member.
Right,
So,
well, obviously, whole
Yeah.
separate issue is the availability of talent here. That is a separate issue and
Right.
why we're trying to deal with career technical education, for sure. But we haven't had a project of anywhere near this scope. I mean, we're talking about 186 million, the largest thing we're going to spend money on until we redevelop the 710. So we have a vested interest in making sure that that money is redirected into our own community, and I don't see how we do that I don't see how we meet the local hiring goals if we don't have an agreement to prioritize local talent first, however much local talent there is.
This is a great conversation for economic development to take up, but I think tonight we have lots of commenters here for our other items.
Thanks for weighing in,
Yeah,
Councilmember. Are you
No,
sharing now?
No, I'm just saying, so, because I think economically, I don't know if this $190 million that we're talking about would be $190 million with a project labor agreement involved. There may be a 30 to 40% more in cost.
Right. My point is,
So,
we don't have a goal. We don't actually have a plan for getting to the goal. For having said that we have a goal, I still don't see a plan for getting there and what we receive.
We have discussed it. I am going to agendize the city adopting a community benefits agreement going forward. But Mr. Hampton is correct. The project was not bid contemplating a community benefits agreement, and so unless the developer the contractor agrees to one, we can't impose one. Okay. Mr. Hampton?
I did have questions, but I'll wait until the public comment. I think there might be a couple public comments.
Mr. Cole, followed by Ms. Rivas.
So I was the one who made the motion 3 weeks ago, and my concern was accountability, right? Previously, we put all of the accountability on the part of the contractor or the developer, depending upon the kind of, and what, since this is our project, what I wanted to see and what I think we all wanted to see, those of us, the 6 of us who voted for it, is that the city would also be accountable for achieving this goal, that we would be partners in this, and I think you've laid out a good plan for us to be partners. I do think that monthly reports that are calibrated to achieving the goal at 12%. We started, I think, at 7% in the first phase, which means we have to go above 12% for the remaining phases in order to achieve 12% overall. And if we're at 7% on phase 2, then that's my point, is let's trigger change and action within the possibilities of what's actually possible. But what I don't want to do is get to the end of the process and say, oh, we got to 9% because we got to 9%. I want to be able, partway through this project, to see how well we're doing and to make any adjustments along the way. So if we could have monthly reports that are calibrated to achieving the 12% at the end and be able to track, just like we do with our budget. We are halfway through the year and we've only gotten 40% of our revenue, that's a red flag. If we're halfway through the project and we've only got to 9%, that's a red flag. So that's my concern, and I hope that's understood by city management.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you. Understood, and we can do that. I did want to clarify the goal that's written into the contract would be 10%. They did come and project that they are on track, or they believe they can reach 11 or 12% at least. But it's very clear in the contract that it's a bare minimum 10%. That's the goal, and they're going to try and their best to exceed it. And you're right, phase 1 and 1A are below that, and so they're going to have to make up beyond that, and we'll keep the council and the community informed on a monthly basis of the progress that's being made.
I understand the distinction, but unless the 12% commitment that they made here as a goal is one that we embrace, we're not going to get there. And so that is the expectation. Otherwise, that was just hot air, expelled from their lungs. If they're serious about getting to 12%, we need to be serious about getting to 12%.
That's the goal. Okay. Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, just the thing that's been most glaring to me through these conversations, I guess it was 3 weeks ago now or 2 weeks, whenever it was, and tonight, is that we don't have a community benefits agreement. And so I'm grateful to hear that you're agendizing it. I think it's a conversation that's well overdue, and I look forward to it. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Why don't we turn to public comment?
We have Ricky Pickens has submitted a card. I'm not sure, I don't see Mr. Pickens in the audience, but I know he's
Mr.
close
Pickens,
by.
if anyone submitted a card, please step into the chambers.
This is for item 8. There's only one card for this item.
Oh.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Mr. Pickens, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I stood here to talk about the importance of local hiring. I'm hearing you guys talk about the different tiers and the different talent. And I want you to know from my perspective, who is a consultant in public safety as well as public health, and particularly for our justice impacted people who come back to our community to reintegrate back into our community, it's important that these folks come back to livable wages, because this is the thing that helps us with reducing violence. For our gang impacted people, it's important to tap into local hiring because we use it as a strategy in terms of gang intervention. And so I think Father Greg Boyle says it best: nothing stops a bullet like a job. And so it's important that we focus on local hiring, and not just local hiring, but the first tier be for Pasadena only. There's enough talent here. There's enough folks here. There's enough people here that can fulfill those positions. And so I'm hoping that the city will hold these developers and these contractors accountable in making sure that they are hiring locally, that we can be able to fulfill these requirements that we need to have a beautiful city, but more importantly, that we would have the individuals who can get these livable wages so that they can take care of their families and put themselves in better positions. So thank you so much, all of you guys, for what you're doing on this work. But it's important that we focus on getting folks some good livable wage jobs. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens.
Yes, sir.
No, I said thank you, Mr. Pickens.
That appears to complete the public comment card submitted for item 8.
Mr. Hampton?
So, once again, I thank staff for coming back with this, and, don't want to hold up the library project. I think PCL is going to do an amazing job on that development. I did have a couple of points, and I'm glad that Mr. Pickens came and spoke this evening. I think for accountability purposes for this project, as Mr. Pickens mentioned, we should have first Pasadena residents first. It should be that should be our first tier, because a lot of times there's zip codes. What are our zip codes for the tiers, Greg? For local hire, what are the zip codes that are considered local? Is it Pasadena only first?
It is 91101 through 91107.
So that's the first tier, is Pasadena-based residents.
And I think that's a little different than what was in the cover memo. The cover memo indicated it was those zip codes plus Sierra Madre and Altadena.
Okay, so those zip codes are part of Sierra Madre and Altadena are part of tier 2?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, just thank you. And then the total project, we have a goal of 10%. Is there a way to ask the contractor if they would be amenable to a goal of 5% of payroll to Pasadena-based residents? It's a goal, right?
Good evening, Chris Miller with PCL Construction. Can you ask the
Would you
question?
be amenable to, it was the back of your head on the screen, I'm sorry. Would you be amenable to 5% payroll goals for Pasadena-based residents?
We have an aspirational goal of 10 to 15% of the worker hours on the project. So we estimate between 450,000 hours and 500,000 trade worker hours on the project. So we want to get to 50 to 65,000 worker hours, local tier 1 Pasadena residents.
I appreciate that. That's a different answer. My question is 5% of the payroll, because if you have individuals that are getting paid $15, no one's getting paid $15 an hour.
Yeah.
But let me take that back. If you have individuals getting paid $40 an hour, but you have Pasadena-based business residents getting paid $20 an hour, then they're not getting paid at an equitable rate. That's the point I'm trying to make is, would you guys be amenable to 5%? It's a goal of your payroll to Pasadena-based residents.
We would be amenable to that. I mean, with the 10 to 15% tracked labor hours, we would get to that 5% payroll.
Perfect. That's good. However we get there, I just want to make sure that
Yes,
we get. And then my other question is the LCP tracker. You guys use the LCP tracker,
Yes, sir,
right?
we do.
Will you input in the city's LCP tracker? That way we're able to track in real time
I believe they're linked.
instead of
they're
you
linked.
using your own LCP tracker.
Yeah, so, excuse me, it's my flu game tonight. Brianna Weaver, Economic Impact Manager with PCL Construction. So because we have admin rights to LCP Tracker as does the city, we can easily cross-function or overlap so that we're reporting the same. Essentially with LCP Tracker, the huge part is inputting on the back end what local means based on those zip codes that we just talked about. And we should, if anything, we would be able to spit out an identical report. But if anything, we can also, utilize the city's LCP Tracker with an account for PCL.
I think that would be the best way to move forward. That way we could hold ourselves accountable to making sure that the numbers, that their goal is, we could see it in real time as they're paying out payroll. That was a question for staff. So.
Yes, yeah, we can set it up the project and we can see in real time when they input their payroll
So
on our end.
with these comments, I'd like to move forward with the presentation from David Klug, as well as moving forward with the contract for PCL for, is it 190?
So is that a motion to?
The motion is, yes.
To approve.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I should have said motion.
Okay.
I motioned.
We got the presentation.
Yes. I motion to move forward with staff's presentation. Staff's reports, staff's recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
And your comments are in line with Mr. Cole's, that we should track in real time. So if we need to make adjustments, recruiting, whatnot, then we can be a part of that. So there's a motion, and Mr. Jones, did you second?
Yeah, I'll second the motion. I just had a quick question for Mr. Klug. So would you be able to make that data public information on the project website?
Yeah, we can put it on Economic Development website. In fact, it's already up right now.
Okay.
Some other projects, not this specifically, but we do share that on our website.
And then, yeah, so I'm happy that Tier 1 is just Pasadena. What about, as Mr. Pickens had mentioned, for folks who have barriers to employment or justice involved, how do you plan to outreach to them?
I can take this one. So this is essentially why our partnerships with MC3 training programs like Flint Ridge Center, like the Anti-Recidivism Coalition, different entities like that, we're sole supporters because they are essentially the pipeline to identifying formerly incarcerated individuals who've had interactions with the justice system, criminal justice system. We love to hire folks with that background. I'm especially very passionate about that. So that will absolutely, take place through by way of those partnerships, as well as partnering with Mr. Ron Matthews, who I know also has a good pulse on individuals who have that background and getting them into the pipeline.
I appreciate that. And then what about folks who are hanging out in our parks or adjacent to our parks? Are you going to outreach to them and talk to them and offer them pathways to employment in the construction industry as well, although they may not have any experience in construction?
Certainly, we certainly can. Knowing that is something that you in particular are very passionate about and would want to know where those locations are in particular to target them. But that's where our partnerships come into place. We've had conversations about bringing on an additional support to our staff by way of a job coordinator whose sole purpose would be to go identify and locate local workers or potential workers. So absolutely.
Thank you. And then last point, I agree with my colleagues. I look forward to the discussion on having a PLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lyon?
Just one question for you. What's the total anticipated size of the crew? How many hires for the project?
So for the overall project, it will vary month by month. We expect a peak of about 160 workers at the peak of the project. We anticipate 500 to 600 unique individuals that will hit the job site for 3 days to 3 months to the whole duration. So the equivalent is about 14 full-time employees for the duration of the project is our goal in terms of overall hours, but it will probably be 75 to 80 local workers that will help us reach that goal.
That's the number I was trying to get to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Roll call.
Roll call?
To approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Okay, thank you to our partners at PCL. You're now officially partners.
Thank you.
And thank you to the staff and all who were involved in this.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay.
Item 9 is a public hearing.
Item 9, this should be quick. This is simply, we're not setting rates today. This is the opening of the public hearing involving electric rate adjustments. And we can expect to have more public hearings where the issue will be discussed on the merits. But today is simply opening the public hearing.
This is the time and place for the public hearing on the recommended electric rate adjustments. Regarding correspondence, the city clerk's office received 3 letters advocating for the city council to restrict the allowed electric rate increase to 2.25% per year and/or spoken opposition to the city council increasing electric rates, as well as providing comments. Those letters were posted online and provided to the council, and as part of the record for the public hearing.
Okay, is there a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Oh,
We opened it.
okay. The clerk opened it, that's right. Is there a motion to continue?
We have a public comment
Okay.
card. Barbara Bullard, she may not be in the audience here. She may
Bullard.
be downstairs.
Ms. Ballard?
Is there any?
There is a presentation available, or General Manager David Reyes can give a brief overview, or we can just have none at your will.
As we're waiting for the public
As we
comment?
I think, given the skimpiness of the agenda report, which really didn't reflect months of discussion in front of the Municipal Services Committee and was fairly obscure about the actual impact on our ratepayers, that at least a basic understanding and overview would be helpful. It doesn't need to be lengthy, but I think it needs to be more clear than what we got in our packets.
Okay, Mr. Reyes?
Mayor, City Council, Mr. City Manager Marquez, Councilmember Cole is correct with respect to the iterative process that took place at MSC. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of direction on the policy side provided by the chair and the rest of the MSC members. And as a result, what we did this morning, because we knew there was no action this evening, we did submit for the record for the public as well as the council, basically a full accounting of what happened at MSC with respect to all of the reports. So those are part of the public record. Didn't expect any of the council members to go through those this evening, but they are available as this is going to be open for 2 weeks. I wanted to share and remind everybody that PWP,
Is it going to be open for 2 or 3
3
weeks?
weeks. It's going to be continued to March 23rd, I believe, will be the council's, it's up to the council, but that's where it's scheduled.
Thank you, and that was also at the direction of MSC, March 23rd, so thank you very much for that clarification and correction. Pasadena Water and Power is a publicly owned, not-for-profit utility, so we really, as employees, we're stewards of a public good. And it is our job to ensure that we reflect the values of our community. And at its heart, there are three pillars that we stand for, that we try to reflect every day, and that's affordability, reliability, and being environmentally responsible. And we are the lowest in terms of electric rates in the region. And we have some slides and some numbers to talk about that. We are reliable. We have won awards at the national level for our reliability in terms of our service. And then we, as a city, we have the most, I would say, the most ambitious goals with respect to being carbon free. The City Council has put forth by resolution, and we have developed a plan to get us to carbon free energy by 2030. And it's very ambitious, but it is, again, reflective of the community values: reliability, affordability, and being environmentally responsible. And so this evening, we are here to share what we're doing on the electric rate side. We haven't done a full study since 2014 in terms of our electric rates. We haven't raised rates significantly since 2019. And as you know, the cost of everything has gone up, from labor to materials to the cost of energy itself. And so our study has shown that we're at a deficit. We really couldn't continue to provide the level of service that's needed, both on the operational side as well as the capital side, with the current rate structure. And through, again, the very iterative process that happened at MSC, what's being proposed is in 3 tranches, a 7% increase in each of the 3 tranches. So over basically a 2-year period, it would be 7%, 7%, 7%. And again, on the policy side, it is very much reflective and at the direction of the chair and the rest, Chair Jones and the rest of the MSC members, that the rates are equal amongst all ratepayers in terms of the proposed increase. And we have some slides to show what that would look like on the residential side, as well as the commercial side, some of our larger users and small users. But this is what's being proposed based on a cost of service study. And it's, again, we do not operate at a profit. This is basically to maintain our electric grid, to make sure that we can provide the level of service that our community needs, and to make sure that we can keep the lights on. And I think with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Chamowitz, our CFO. She is available to either provide a few more slides and provide some more clarity on exactly what we're doing in a very brief way. And then we can get into longer discussion at the council's pleasure. And I know that the chair has worked extensively with staff in terms of providing the policy direction that's in front of us this evening. But again, we are not asking for any action tonight. We are here to share information, and then we would come back in 3 weeks requesting action to take place. Okay. Thank you.
And again, this opens up the discussion. Mr. Jones, and then Ms. Ballard is in the room, and so she's the public commenter, but go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. I think it'd be helpful for the public, David, just to kind of talk about where we started and then where we ended up. Because we started with very different numbers, and then through dialogue at MSC, legal guidance, we ended up with this total system of 7% in 3 phases. And then the second question is that phase 1, the implementation will not be in March 2026, correct?
Yeah, it would be.
If it passes.
At the council's direction, we would work with the city attorney's office to implement as soon as we can. Every month that we don't have those rates in place is another $2 million that we're not collecting. However, what I would say is it's unlikely that it would be March. More likely it's April. But we are looking at March and October for those dates to ensure that we get them in before the summer months come and before the winter months come, so that it's the sort of the smoothest transition for our residents.
And then if you could just kind of talk about where we started at.
And I'll let Lynn get into some numbers, but we started basically the residential, we did the cost of service study, and we're, what we were presenting to MSC was that the residential ratepayers, their rate increase would be in double digits. And then the commercial group, based on the cost of service study, would be in single digits. And I think that the city council, MSC, the Municipal Services Committee, provided some policy direction for us to take a hard look at that, to see what was legally possible under existing California law, and how much money that the utility could put in from reserves to ensure a more smooth transition with respect to the rate increases. And I would turn over to Ms. Chamowitz and see if she has some more detail on those numbers, Chair.
Yeah, so can you hear me? Hi. The original recommended rates by staff were different phases and different timings to meet the cost of service for each of the different classifications. So one of the primary findings was that the residential customers were under recovering by 39%. So the rate plans were to get that up to cost of service in a variety of different methods. So we had options where we were gonna, which we were not recommending, but could have gotten the residential customer class up to, without using reserves, up to full cost of service, which would have been around, a 20% per year type of increase. And then the other options of phasing it in were to recoup the same amount in sort of increments of, 1.5%. So around 14%, 10% tranches. So we gave different variety of options. But the solution that the chair and the committee or the council came up with was to utilize the reserves in order to make that as smooth as possible and consistent for residential as well as the other customer classifications.
Thank you.
And then, Ms. Chaywitz, I think maybe, I know this is a really helpful slide, but maybe just the comparison with our neighbors, I think is helpful for us to understand where we exactly are, including with the proposed rate increases. And what this slide doesn't show is that we know that the other utilities surrounding us are also, have already approved rate increases. And so the current, if you see, even with the phase one, we're much lower. This is for the typical single-family residential home than our surrounding neighbors. And then even with the third phase, you see it sort of get equal to where Burbank is today. And we don't like to call out other cities, but these are just numbers that are published. But we also know that they have already approved rate increases. And so those numbers will also go up. And I think this speaks to our level of affordability while providing that reliability and still being as green as possible. So even with the proposed rate increases, which are needed on the operations side as well as the capital improvement side, we still are a true value for our community in terms of what we provide. And we understand how difficult it is to raise rates. We know that every dollar counts, and that raising rates is not the only thing that our residents are paying for. The cost of food, the cost of living in general has gone up and skyrocketed in Pasadena. And I think that what we've done and at the MSC's direction by providing the very smooth 7% across the board in 3 tranches is the best way to handle the required rate increases to ensure we have enough revenues.
Thank you. Let's turn to Ms. Ballard first, and then I'll turn to my colleagues. Ms. Ballard? Am I pronouncing that correctly, by the way?
No, it's Bullard.
Bullard, okay.
Ms. Bullard, I'll ring a bell when you have 30
Apologize.
seconds left. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I am here. I am a resident of the city of Pasadena. I am part of Gene Masuda's district, and I am here representing the concerned citizens of Rose Court, which we are in the 91107 zip code, and that we would like to know that it has recently come to our understanding that there has been a 168,000 square foot planned AI data center purchased by Amazon located at 2964 Bradley Street in Pasadena, California. And we are here concerned over the impact of the rising electrical and water rates in addition to this impact. We are requesting that at the March 10th public review by the Department of Water and Power, provide a full transparency regarding the proposed 160,000 square foot Amazon AI data center that is being considered in our city. This facility is not a standard commercial building. It is a high-intensity industrial energy operation that will significantly impact our neighborhood, utilities, and safety. We respectfully request that the City Council require a full environmental impact report, including air quality, fire safety, diesel generation emissions, traffic, and noise. Disclosure of the electrical requirement load and water usage anticipated by this facility. That they guarantee that Amazon pay 100% of the required utility infrastructure upgrades, including substations, transformers, and water system improvements. That we also request a commitment that no utility rates increases, electric or water, be passed on to the Pasadena residents as a result of this project. We are also request that additional costs to improve our water and power systems to accommodate the Amazon data center must be assumed by Amazon Incorporated directly.
Ms. Bullard, your time has expired.
I request that I just be able to just completely go for the next 30 seconds. We would like a detailed
Ms.
fire
Bullard,
and emergency
Ms.
response
Bullard,
plan.
we want to be fair to everyone. If you have your comments in writing, I think we definitely get the
I will be
request.
sending these directly to every
Please.
member of the city council and to the director of the water and power.
Thank you. And if you'll include the city clerk
I will, yeah.
will ensure that those comments make it to everyone.
And Mayor, we're gonna bring an item to the Municipal Service Committee on data centers, so we'll have that very intense discussion at the MSC committee meeting.
Yeah, the comments Ms. Bullard raises are on point because, we are seeing large users, not just in Pasadena, but throughout the region come in, and there's an issue of equity and fairness. And so we'll look at that issue.
On that point, will that conversation discuss the planning and land use around it? Okay, just want to make sure, even though it's at MSC. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have we been notified that that's going to be a data center? That's the suspicion, but
No application has been submitted, and we have not reviewed any plans. We don't know what's being proposed there. Until they come in and submit something, it's hard for us to comment specifically on what some company may or may not do.
yeah, I just don't want to.
Yeah.
Those are the facts.
Have it be assumed that that's what Amazon is doing. That's certainly a valid concern, but it is not an established fact.
Mr. Lyon, go ahead.
Mr. Cole, I may have been ahead of me getting back to the item. Do you want to? Okay. I have just two quick things. One, I may have misheard, or you may have misspoken. One of those things happened. But I thought I heard that you said we're spreading the 7% over 2 years. And just to make clear to everybody, it's over 1 year. It's between now and next March that we're making that change, right? 2 fiscal years, correct. Right.
Yes. Sorry. Normal people don't
pay
think in
bills in
I know,
fiscal
I know.
years, so just, it's between now and next, just to be clear, between April and next March. So we'll have one in March, one in April, one in October, and one in March again.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Thanks. And then the other point, which I may have just lost in all of that, come back to me.
We're back. There's someone else in the queue.
I'll add something he wants to do. If I think of it, I'll do it.
I deferred to Mr.
Oh,
Light.
okay, all right. Yeah, I don't see anyone else in the queue. Mr. Cole?
So two things. One, I just simply want to put on the record briefly that at MSC, some of us did not necessarily approve the assumptions in the cost of service study. We've worked around those assumptions, but some of us do not believe that we are required under Proposition 218 to accept the assumptions in the cost of service study, and that's something that we will look at. But because of the responsiveness of the staff to address those concerns, we have some opportunity between now and the next time we revisit this issue to go into more depth on that. The second is, if memory serves, and I was just looking on my phone because I don't carry around the annual comprehensive financial report in my head, our net profit from the electric fund in 2 years ago, fiscal year 2024, was, I think, around $79 million. Is that correct?
I'm going to turn to our CFO. A couple of years ago, we can pull it up. Yep.
Yeah, so the operating net surplus for '24 was approximately 75 million.
75 million. And then our operating net profit for last year was approximately 37 million.
Yes, approximately, yes.
Yeah. So my question, you don't have to answer this off the top of your head. I'd like to have it in 3 weeks. How are we doing this year? Because I've been persuaded through this extensive discussion, we do need a rate increase. Whether we need 3 of them in the next year, I think depends to some extent on how well we're doing this year. And because if we're ahead of budget, that's a good sign. And because of my continuing skepticism, not of the need for capital investment, that is demonstrated, but our ability to move as quickly to implement the capital investment as we would like to, given all of the other vagaries and challenges that we face. So it would be helpful to know, as we make our final decision in 3 weeks, to know an answer to that question.
And I found my note, Mayor. Can I jump back in?
Yes.
Very quickly, Mr. Reyes, you briefly mentioned our 2030 goal of 100% carbon-free energy by 2030. But just to be clear and to confirm for everyone, these rate increases don't go toward the 2030 goal, correct? They're toward the current cost of delivering the service and deferred maintenance and whatever contracts we may have implemented, but I don't know that we've implemented any of the new contracts yet.
That is largely true, but I do want to clarify that the existing CIP plan that part of the cost of service study was based on does include some projects that would go towards that goal that we already, that we're already thinking about.
Implementation.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so our public hearing is open and there'll be more discussion.
I'd need a motion to continue to March 23rd.
I'll make that motion.
At 2026 at 6 p.m.
So there's a motion and a second to March 26th, to continue the public hearing to March 26th. Are there any objections?
No, we'll do roll call.
Oh, roll call, thank you.
Roll call, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton? Yes. Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The public hearing is continued to March 23rd, 2026 at 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And,
Unanimously.
I just want to comment that we're fortunate that, our over 100-year-old utility still remains in control of the city. You'll all recall that not too far in the past, there was a move to privatize our utility and allow Edison to operate it. The argument against that is we wanted to be in control of our own destiny and also make sure that our infrastructure was properly maintained, or is properly maintained. And, we can see the result of infrastructure that's not properly maintained. And we saw that early last year. And so while, this is difficult to do, anytime we look at, none of us ran for office to say we want to raise rates. But we did make a commitment to ensure that our utility continues to be effective and reliable, and so we're having to look at infrastructure costs. Okay, with that, thank you, everyone.
And we are going to move to item 10.
Okay.
Before we do that, just real quick, Mayor, just to clarify on the closed session announcement, for item D, One case was discussed with no reportable action, 2 cases not discussed. And for item E, that one case was discussed with no reportable action, or that matter was discussed with no reportable action. So I just want to make that clear that D and E were both discussed. So this is the time and place for the public hearing on the quasi-judicial action appeal of the Design Commission's decision to approve an application for concept design review DHP 2025-00258 for a new four-story, 93,539 square foot research and development project with 260 at-grade and subterranean parking spaces on property owned by Caltech at 1364 East Green Street. On February 9th, 2026, 62 postcards were mailed and 42 public hearing notices were posted. To report on the correspondence, the city clerk's office received 728 letters expressing concerns and/or opposition to the proposed project and providing comments on the matter. Of the 728 letters, 483 reported Pasadena residents. Their addresses were Pasadena residents. 229 reported to be non-residents. There were 31 letters in support of the proposed project also received and providing comments on the matter. All the correspondence was posted online, distributed to the city council as part of the record for this public hearing. Mayor, as we go through the quasi-judicial proceeding, do you want me to?
Please.
So first will be the staff report. The city manager and the city staff will make a presentation. Then the applicant will get 10 minutes to make a presentation, and the appellant will have 10 minutes to make a presentation. I believe at that point you will ask for questions.
Yes, I'm going to ask members of the council to hold questions or comments until after all of the presentations are completed, so that we can have a comprehensive view of the different presentations. Okay.
That's a departure from our normal practice.
It is, but given the complexity of the issue, the number of public speakers, I think to be more efficient, we're better. We have a better chance of being more efficient with the time that way.
I'll defer to you, Mayor, although I have some misgivings about that approach.
After the council's questions for the presentations, then the public comment will begin. We have currently 53 speaker cards submitted for public comment. Then the appellant will have a rebuttal period of 3 minutes, and the applicant will have a rebuttal period of 3 minutes. And then the council may close the public hearing at that point and begin their own deliberations.
Thank you. And that's a suggestion, but if anyone joins Mr. Cole and thinks we shouldn't conduct the hearing as I've outlined, now's your chance. No? Okay. Thank you. Okay, so again, it's just intended to be efficient.
Appreciate that, Mayor.
Yeah.
I'll have questions for the applicant and the appellant,
Yeah.
and we'll just save them to the end, as
Yeah.
you suggest.
Okay. Sure.
Planning Director Page, can you just explain where we are with this Caltech project today?
Sure, and Kevin Johnson's going to cover this in more detail in his presentation, but design review is comprised of 3 phases: preliminary, concept, and final. We're at the concept phase, which is the phase that entitles the project and asks the council to certify the CEQA document for the project. And after this, if it were approved, it would go through final design review. So we're in the phase that entitles the project.
Thank you.
While we're level setting, could we also have the city attorney just explain for everyone's benefit the nature of a quasi-judicial hearing and how it differs from what we normally do when we're sitting in the legislative capacity?
Sure.
And sure, if I can refer to Assistant City Attorney Caroline Monroy behind Councilmember Lyon to provide a background on the process.
Certainly. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the city council is expected to serve as decision makers applying the law to the facts and the facts to the law. In this case, the council is being asked to make design review findings, which have been provided by Jennifer Page, our planning director. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the city council is expected to hear the evidence, serve as unbiased and fair decision makers, and support their decision with findings and the findings with evidence.
Okay. With that, Ms.
Thank you,
Page?
Mayor. Yes, Kevin Johnson, Principal Planner, will make the staff presentation. We also have consultants available if there are questions of the council. We have consultants that worked on the CEQA study, that worked on the traffic report, fire department, and other departments are here to answer questions and support the analysis.
Thank you. Kevin?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. On August 8th of 2025, the applicant filed an application for concept design review for this project, which is a new research and development building at 1364 East Green Street. The Design Commission heard the application on December 9th of 2025 and continued the application to January 27th, 2026, at which time it approved the application with conditions and adopted a categorical exemption. And following that decision on February 9th, an appeal was filed by Building a Better Pasadena LLC. The project is located on a 41,573 square foot site at the southeast corner of Green Street and Holliston Avenue. It consists of one building that's between 3 and 4 stories high and 93,539 square feet with 260 parking spaces. The project meets all of the applicable development standards of the zoning code, including the East Colorado specific plan and the research and development standards specific to that use. The use is allowed by right on the site, and no variances are required for the project. The only entitlement required is design review. As Director Page mentioned, design review is a 3-phased process. Preliminary consultation is the first step, followed by concept design review, which is the step we're at now, and final design review. And each phase builds upon the other, and the applicant responds to comments provided at each phase. There are 3 sets of design guidelines that apply to the project, starting with the design-related goals and policies within the land use element of the general plan, then the design-related goals and policies in the East Colorado specific plan from 2022, and the design guidelines for neighborhood commercial and multifamily residential districts. The City Council's review is limited to the environmental review and the design review, specifically the project's consistency with those applicable design guidelines. The zoning code in particular also states that design review cannot reduce the size of the building beyond what the zoning code allows. Here's a few slides that will show the design of the project. This is the project site. Again, it's at the southeast corner of Green Street and Holliston Avenue. It's currently a surface parking lot. These are the elevations facing Green Street at the top of the slide and Holliston Avenue at the bottom of the slide. The 3-story portion of the building is at 47 feet high. The 4th floor extends up to 62 feet, and then the mechanical screening extends up to 78 feet total. And on the Holliston Avenue elevation, you can see how those floors step back from each other along the street. These are project renderings, street level renderings. This is looking from approximately the Hill Avenue Library site, looking southwest on Green Street. And this is the opposite view on Green Street from Holliston Avenue at the corner. And this is the west and south elevation looking along Holliston Avenue. Moving into the appeal points from the appellant's application, there are 2 main points that are made. First is related to insufficient analysis to support the categorical exemption, and the second is that the project is not consistent with the general plan, specific plan, or zoning code. So we'll tackle each of those individually. The first point, verbatim from the application, is that the findings for categorical exemption cannot be made as there are sufficient technical inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the published technical studies, And furthermore, the studies failed to fully study and understand the impacts with the associated use relative to the operation of the building. In staff's response, staff finds that the project qualifies for a categorical exemption under Class 32 for infill development projects. There are 4 items that are required in the CEQA guidelines that a project is required to meet in order to qualify for this exemption. First is that it's consistent with the general plan designation and applicable policies and with the zoning designation and regulations. The second is that the site is within the city limits, less than 5 acres, and substantially surrounded by urban uses. Third is that the site has no value as habitat for special status species. And last is that approval of the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. Diving a little bit further into that last point, the project will adhere to applicable regulations and permitting requirements related to water quality, so will not have impacts on water quality. For the remaining 3 items, the city consulted with 2 consulting firms, EcoTierra Consulting and Fair and Peers, for noise, air quality, and traffic studies to support the categorical exemption. And all of those studies conclude that there will be less than significant impacts on the environment in those 3 areas. The appeal application did not state the specific inconsistencies and inaccuracies that the appellants allege in the published technical studies or the aspects of the project operation that the studies allegedly failed to fully study or understand. However, there were a number of concerns raised during the Design Commission's review. So we'll summarize the staff's response to each of those issues. First is related to noise and vibration. As I mentioned, a noise and vibration analysis for the project was prepared by EcoTierra and considered various local, state, and federal guidance as the thresholds of significance for noise and vibration. It also evaluated both the construction phase and the operation phase, and it did identify potential impacts to sensitive receptors in the area, and identified St. Philip's Church and School, the PCC Child Development Center to the west, and various apartment buildings to the south as sensitive receptors in the vicinity, and used the most conservative measurements for those sensitive receptors, and found that there would be no noise and vibration impacts, and that they would be all below the relevant criteria. Similarly, for air quality analysis was prepared for the project following the requirements and methodology in the South Coast Air Quality Management District's Air Quality Analysis Handbook. Again, it evaluated both construction and operation emissions, and the same sensitive receptors were identified in the vicinity. And the construction and operational emissions were found to be below the Air Quality Management District's thresholds, so there was no significant impact identified for air quality. With respect to traffic, the primary metric for studying traffic is vehicle miles traveled. This is required by the state CEQA guidelines. And the Department of Transportation and Fair and Peers, their consultant, evaluated the vehicle miles traveled and found that it was below the threshold and there was no impact. Additionally, under CEQA, a safety impact would occur if the project would substantially increase hazards due to a geometric design feature or an incompatible use. And this was found to be a standard lot at a standard intersection with no incompatible use that would relate or cause a safety impact under CEQA. So there was no impact identified in that area. Taking a bit of a sidebar, since we're talking about traffic, the Department of Transportation also conducted a local mobility analysis, which is not a CEQA analysis, but is intended to understand the effect of the project on the local transportation network around the project site and determine whether any local improvements would need to be made to accommodate the project. So it studied the intersection operational analysis and level of service, and it was found that the intersections in the vicinity of the project would operate acceptably with the project. Also evaluated exclusive turn lane queuing and found that the project would add to existing queues in the area, but there are required transportation demand management items that are required for the project that would help to reduce the project traffic and address those queuing issues. There was also a question raised about whether a study of neighborhood intrusion or cut-through traffic was necessary. In this case, the project did not meet the criteria for the study because the only potential cut-through neighborhood traffic would be on Holliston Avenue, which includes an access to the project. So there would be no cut-through traffic related to that because of that condition. In addition, the study evaluated the pedestrian, bicycle, and transit infrastructure and found that there would be no negative effect on those facilities. There were a number of concerns heard related to traffic from the community during the Design Commission's review. There were concerns expressed that the project would cause congestion on nearby streets and intersections, that the project driveways would cause conflicts with school pickups and drop-offs, as well as pedestrians and bicyclists, and that the project would cause queues to extend beyond storage capacity or add to an existing queuing issue. The appellants also conducted their own traffic study and provided that to the Design Commission and to the council. And the staff of the Department of Transportation has reviewed that study and concluded that there were no further study was required and no effects identified in that study that were not already addressed in the Department of Transportation studies. And as was mentioned, Department of Transportation staff is present and can answer any additional questions the council may have related to traffic. Going back to the categorical exemption, there are also a number of criteria that are required for all categorical exemptions to meet, and these are called the exceptions to the exemptions. Those include location for certain classes, if the project would have a significant cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place, if the project has unusual circumstances, if it would have impacts on scenic highways, if the project site is on a hazardous waste site that's compiled pursuant to state code, or if it would have a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource. And staff, in the agenda report, we detailed how the project is consistent with each of those criteria. In particular, there has been some comments raised that there may be a potential that the St. Philip's Church is a historic resource. So just to talk about that for a second. As I mentioned, a categorical exemption cannot be used if the project would cause a significant or substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource. Substantial adverse change means the physical destruction, demolition, relocation, or alteration of the resource or its immediate surroundings such that the significance of a historic resource would be materially impaired. And the significance of a resource is materially impaired when a project demolishes or adversely alters those physical characteristics that convey its historical significance and justify its inclusion in or eligibility for inclusion in the state or local register of historic resources. In response to that, the property is a surface parking lot, does not contain any historic resources, so it would not demolish any historic resources on the site. The church adjacent to the site is to the east and to the south. It is not a designated historic resource, and it has not been evaluated for historical significance. It was designed by a significant architect, Roland Coate, and was built in 1950, and there are a number of other buildings on the site that were built between 1961 and 2021. The project on the adjacent site would not demolish or alter any of the physical characteristics of the St. Philip Church or school property. And if the church and school were determined to be historically significant, the setting surrounding the church and school has changed significantly. It would not contribute to its potential historical significance. Therefore, the project would not cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource, and this criterion is met. Moving on to the second appeal point from the appellants and that is that the project is inconsistent with the fundamental provisions of the city's general plan and East Colorado specific plan and the zoning code relating to design review. Again, the appeal application does not state the specific inconsistencies. However, as part of past hearings, there have been concerns raised that the project is too large and does not meet the intent of these plans. The property is designated medium mixed use in the general plan, and that designation is intended to support the development of multi-story buildings with a variety of compatible commercial, including retail and office, and residential uses. The development in this district is characterized by shared open spaces, extensive landscaping, small to medium separations between buildings, and shared driveways and parking. And sites may be exclusively commercial or exclusively residential, or be buildings that vertically integrate housing with non-residential uses. And the project is consistent with that designation. The staff report also identifies a number of policies that in the general plan that the project is consistent with that relate to encouraging land use diversity, job opportunities, innovation, and R&D flex space. With respect to the East Colorado specific plan, the property is within the Mid-City Innovation District, and the plan states that the vision for this area is that Green Street is characterized by a combination of general office, retail, and medical office uses, in addition to government and PCC-related uses east of Michigan Street, including the State of California Employment Development Department, the PCC Child Development Center, and Caltech, another institutional anchor located a quarter mile to the south of the East Colorado specific plan area, also contributes to the demand for office and R&D uses in the area. So this project is consistent with that vision for this district. And the project is also consistent with specific plan policies related to providing new development that's compatible with surrounding residential uses and educational assets. In particular, policy 7C states to leverage proximity to higher learning and educational events on PCC and Caltech campuses to create economic benefits for local businesses and encourage growth in the local R&D and technology sectors. As I mentioned earlier, with respect to the zoning code, the research and development land use is permitted by right in this zoning district, and the project complies with all applicable development standards related to setbacks, step-backs, modulation, frontage, open space, and parking. The historic adjacency standards of the specific plan do not apply because, as I mentioned, the St. Philip's site is not a designated historic resource. In 2024, the City Council adopted R&D ordinance to establish flexible development standards to incentivize the R&D use. These related to height, floor area, and parking, and streamline the review process and reduce permit fees. The project is consistent with that ordinance, which allows the height limit of the base zoning district to be exceeded by a maximum of 12 feet, excluding the appurtenance height, which is the mechanical screening. The height limit in this area for the base zoning district is 51 feet, and the proposed building has a height of 63 feet and complies. It should also be noted that in this specific plan, all buildings, regardless of their use, may exceed the base height limit by 12 feet for over 30% of the building footprint. The R&D allows it over more of the building footprint, but the specific plan does have that allowance as well for the additional 12 feet. The R&D ordinance also allows appurtenances to exceed the height limit by 18 feet, and 15 feet is proposed, so it complies with that requirement. And also mechanical space and appurtenances are excluded when calculating floor area ratio. So the maximum FAR for the base zoning district is 2.25 or 93,539 square feet. The proposed building has a floor area of 100,366 square feet, of which 6,827 is devoted to mechanical space and appurtenance. So subtracting that out, it complies with the 93,539 square feet limitation. Moving on to the design review finding, the finding that's required for design review is that the project, upon implementation of the conditions of approval, will comply with the purposes of design review, the design-related goals and policies of the land use element of the general plan, the design guidelines in the East Colorado specific plan, and the design guidelines for neighborhood commercial and multifamily districts. As I mentioned earlier, the project is consistent with the land use designation and with a number of policies in the land use element of the general plan and the East Colorado specific plan as outlined in the agenda report. And with respect to the applicable design guidelines, just to summarize, the project integrates with the pedestrian experience through its street orientation and pedestrian access points along Green Street. It has a modulated and articulated and stepped back massing that's respectful to the surrounding context. It is a contemporary design with high quality materials, a rational configuration, and high levels of transparency that respond to the solar orientation of each facade. It provides landscaping along its edges that softens the development and the design is inspired by local precedents of the same style within the larger context due to its proximity to East Colorado Boulevard, PCC, and Caltech, and similar newer and older office, commercial, and institutional buildings of various architectural styles. Its nearest adjacent parcel, which is St. Philip's the Apostle Church and School, has improvements that are located between 26 and 295 feet away from the proposed building. And the recommended conditions of approval, which were adopted by the Design Commission, will further ensure compatibility through studying the mechanical screening further and stepping back the fourth floor from the south facade. Also wanted to share the evolution of the design, starting with the preliminary consultation, which you see here on the screen. This is the design that was presented at the first phase of the design review process. And to summarize the Design Commission's comments, they asked that the applicant study how the project responds to its context, particularly PCC and buildings of similar scale and the approved hotel at the Colorado and Hill intersection. Also to consider differentiating the facades based on solar exposure, to consider stepping the fourth floor at the south side, consider further differentiating the fourth floor from the floors below, to further study and minimize the mechanical screen, and to ensure high quality and durable materials. At the first concept design review hearing on December 9th, the project applicants addressed how the project responds to PCC buildings of similar scale and the approved hotel at Colorado Hill, and provided a number of diagrams that illustrated how the project was modified to respond to those context buildings. They provided differentiated facades based on the solar exposure. All sides of the fourth floor were stepped back from the floors below, and the design of the fourth floor was significantly differentiated from those below. The mechanical screen materials were changed and lowered from 18 feet to 16, and the materials and articulation were further refined. And then at the final hearing, when the project was approved on December 27th, the roof canopy edge was softened and the mechanical screen was further lowered by 1 foot from 16 to 15 feet. The appellant has raised a number of design concerns in their letter that they submitted to council, and this table summarizes those concerns related to the south elevation mass and scale, where it was suggested that the setback at the south side be increased and that an additional fourth floor step back be provided. The project complies with the required setbacks, and the Design Commission has included a condition of approval, which is in the recommended conditions in attachment B, to study a further fourth floor step back along the south side. There was also a concern related to the prominence of the mechanical screen, requesting that the height be reduced, that the mechanical area be reduced, and the colors be adjusted to reduce visibility. And the Design Commission has also included a condition to this effect, also in attachment B. The next concern that was raised was related to privacy, and it was requested that windows on the south and east side be reduced and that screening be added. The windows on the south and east side have been reduced through the design review process due to their solar orientation, and there are solar canopies proposed on the south elevation, but no screening is proposed at this time. With respect to architectural compatibility, the appellants have asked that the building be made, that the ground floor be made more substantial or solid, and that the metal panel colors be adjusted. And these are typically, color and material issues are reviewed during final design review. So these would be addressed through that normal, typical process. In addition, the pedestrian scale concern that was raised by the applicant the appellant, asked that the publicly accessible open space areas be enlarged, that more substantial landscaping be provided, and that the ground floor height be reduced. The project does comply with the requirement for publicly accessible open space and the ground floor height. And again, landscaping is typically reviewed during final design review to ensure that it is compatible with the project and provides a level of softening for all new buildings. And the last design concern that the appellants raised was related to the driveway and the school interface, asking that warning systems at driveways be provided and that landscape buffers on Green Street be provided. And again, related to landscaping, that will be reviewed during final design review. So in the agenda report, staff is recommending that the city council find that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA under Class 32 infill development projects, that the project will comply with the purposes of design review and the applicable design guidelines, and staff is recommending that the council deny the appeal and approve the application for concept design review subject to the conditions in attachment B, which would be further reviewed by the design commission during final design review. And that concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to the applicant for a quick presentation. 10 minutes.
And I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left.
Your microphone may not be on. Hold on one sec.
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Nancy Moses, and I work at Trammell Crow Company. And we're excited to be here today to present 1364 Green Street, which is a research and development building that serves as the catalyst for the East Colorado specific plan. As indicated by city staff, this project is currently a surface parking lot and is one of many parking lots within this area. The site itself is surrounded by 2 parking lots, a mix of multifamily residential, St. Philip the Apostle Church and School, and PCC's Child Development Center. Here are some images of the site as it exists today. And here are some images of the immediate context around the site. As part of our design review process, we conducted a survey of the different architectural themes within the surrounding neighborhood, specifically along Green Street, finding that the architecture was as varied as their histories, from Spanish colonial revival at Castle Green to the Mediterranean revival at the Pasadena Civic Center, and then from the highly contemporary Kaiser Permanente School of Medicine to the prominent office developments of 70 and 80 Lake Street. Our project is at the cornerstone of the Mid-City Innovation District subarea of the East Colorado Specific Plan and is zoned within the mixed-use neighborhood zoning district, and research and development is listed as a permitted use within this plan. So this slide shows a massing diagram of the different setback, step back, and facade break requirements based on the parameters of the East Colorado Specific Plan. We worked closely with city staff to work within the allowable zoning envelope while seeking larger setbacks to accommodate the neighbors where possible. Here is an image of the proposed concept design as formed through the design parameters of the East Colorado Specific Plan. And we believe that the design treats Green Street and Holliston as a front door for the project with prominent facade breaks and serves as entryways and open space along spacious pedestrian-oriented streetscape. So jumping to the ground floor plane, here's an image of the existing ingress and egress today. There are 2 points of access, one at Holliston and another at Green Street. The existing sidewalk area is 13 feet and 10 feet respectively. So our design prioritizes keeping all vehicular queuing contained within our building's footprint, thereby eliminating any potential for additional traffic to queue along Holliston or Green Street. This is achieved through a carefully planned one-way entrance at Holliston and a one-way exit at Green Street. To arrive at this optimal design solution for our site, we conducted extensive circulation studies and designed multiple driveway approach options, ensuring we found the right configuration that met planning requirements, code, and site constraints. Here is a picture of Green Street as it looks today. There are no trees along Green Street within our site. The sidewalk is approximately 10 feet and contains very little green space. And here's an image of the proposed project along Green Street. The project offers approximately 100 linear feet of amenity zone, sidewalk space, and green space along Green Street frontage, promoting a connection to PCC's campus and enhancing the pedestrian experience. The project will add 5 new trees at Green Street. And yes, you can see it's brown right there, but that means landscaping will be reviewed and worked with the city before final design. Here's an image of Holliston as it looks today. There are currently 4 non-protected street trees along Holliston with a 13 feet of sidewalk and grass. And here's an image of the proposed project along Holliston. The streetscape will widen to 23 feet, offering over 100 linear feet of landscaping, hardscape, bench sheeting, I'm gonna try that again, meandering walkways, and a public open space. The project will add 9 new street trees along Holliston, and the project itself will add a total of 14 new trees at the ground floor and 6 trees at the terrace for a total of 20 new trees. Again, we will work on landscaping with city before we get to final design. So the project commitments, the project is being designed to a minimum LEED Silver standard, and TCC is committed to reducing our carbon footprint above and beyond code requirements. Our project specifications will include a reduced carbon concrete mix among with other low-emitting materials. The project's architectural projections will shade the building and further reduce cooling loads. And other design elements will include native and drought-tolerant plants, optimized energy performance as feasible, a building life cycle impact reduction, water conservation, waste diversion methods during and after construction, and over 20 linear feet of active greenscape experience along the ground floor, in addition to 20 new trees. We believe the project will provide over 200 new construction jobs, and we are exploring the local hire volunteer program. Approximately 200 permanent local jobs, tax revenues to the city, patronage for local businesses, restore and enhance the public realm, attract and retain local talent in the R&D sector that has been leaving Pasadena and the greater Los Angeles area because of lack of purpose-built space, providing Caltech and PCC graduates an opportunity to stay in Pasadena. And during construction and upon completion of the project, we will provide educational opportunities for our future generation. As part of the concept design review, we specifically analyzed the Pasadena City College and proposed PD 35 zoned hotel and mixed-use project. PCC's architecture blends art deco, symmetry, rhythm, and mass with contemporary buildings featuring irregular massing, broad canopies, and fine articulation. Both styles maintain a minimal material palette of stucco glass and blue-green metal. The proposed mixed-use development at 1336 East Colorado, while larger, also utilizes rhythm and repetition, but incorporates balconies and terraces to break down its mass, adding a dark green metal to PCC's material palette. 1364 East Green Street draws influence from the buildings at PCC, not by copying their architecture, but by identifying specific architectural qualities and translating them to the project's unique site as the connection from PCC to Green Street. The design provides symmetry and rhythm, while also introducing balconies and notches that are part of the East Colorado specific plan and are intended to break down the massing. Still, throughout this process, we have made adjustments to our design incorporating comments from our neighboring community members. In August of 2025, we held a voluntary community meeting, and we followed that up with individual meetings with our respective neighbors surrounding the property, including Danby Coffee, PCC's Child Development Center, Hill Avenue Branch Library, and leadership at St. Philip the Apostle Church and School, though we could not meet with everyone. Throughout those meetings, we discussed our standard construction practices, communication protocols, and have incorporated the following design elements: non-operable windows, non-occupiable terraces at the south and east elevations, pulled back at the 4th floor to reduce the overall massing, reduce the mechanical screen from the allowable 18 feet to 15 feet, enhanced construction protocols, and added architectural details such as the spandrel glass, added metal panels and shelves to provide shading and privacy. And in our continued efforts to be good neighbors, we're offering to reduce the total building height again, including mechanical screen, from the East Colorado specific plans allowable 81 feet to a total height of 73 feet. This involves a 2-foot reduction across the 4 levels of R&D building space and a 6-foot reduction of the total allowable mechanical screen. Additionally, further studies have allowed us to eliminate 1 below-grade parking level, taking us from 3 levels of below-grade parking to 2 levels of below-grade parking and reducing our parking count to 200 stalls. We believe this count, supported by the planned bus rapid transit and our adjacency to the Caltech and PCC campus, will adequately serve occupants of our building. This change will also have the benefit of shortening the construction timeline. These design adjustments sacrifice over 53% of the allowable R&D height bonus.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Thank you. And reduces the parking by 23%. Should the project be approved, we would agree to work through these final design modifications through the final design review process. Here's a before and after image of Holliston and Green Street from where we started and the proposed project with the new height. Here's the same before and after of the south facade from within St. Philip's parking lot. And finally, this is a rendering from where Hill Street illustrates the updated project and reduced design. And I'm done. Thank you.
You have 30 seconds left,
Oh, I have 30 seconds? Well,
but you can be done too.
I can be done. I'll give you 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Added
Okay.
to a rebuttal.
Yeah, you still have a rebuttal opportunity. Next, we'll hear from the appellant. Mr. McDonald?
Richard McDonald on behalf of the appellant. I have with me Grant, our traffic engineer, who will discuss the traffic study and the insufficiencies of the traffic studies that Kevin mentioned. As a matter of, for the record though, I would note that Kevin only talked in terms of VMT analysis. Typically, Fair and Peers does a VT analysis also. The Darth Vader project, as you may recall, did not go forward because of the VT analysis. So I hope to get clarification on whether or not that was done here. If not, I would wonder why that protocol had not occurred. But the thought I want to leave you with before I turn it over to Grant and then Joseph Parker and Robert, and I'll save my comments for rebuttal. In law, there's a saying that you can have a perfectly well-reasoned opinion that makes absolutely logical sense that leads to an absurd outcome. And that is what you have here tonight. You have everybody doing in their lane checklists without looking at the bigger picture, without doing all that is necessary on a first of its kind project at a sensitive location. Their own study by GPA said that the 1927 school is eligible as a historic resource. But again, these checklists get rolling. The machine starts moving. People are checking off what has to be done. Nobody steps back. Nobody looks at the big picture. Nobody realizes that everything that you just saw was perfectly logical, but leads to an absurd outcome of putting this high-intense use next to this school and this church. So as you listen to the experts, as you read through the material that we've submitted, which is far and away enough to be able to make the fair argument standard under CEQA, please keep that in the back of your mind, that you can go down a logical path and end up in an absurd spot. And with that, let me turn it over to Grant, to our traffic engineer, to talk about the study and the insufficiencies of the city study.
Sir, welcome. If you'll identify yourself for the record.
Yeah, my name is Grant Johnson. I am a traffic engineer in the state of California for the past 40 years. Been hired by the appellant to study the traffic study. And I did an extensive review of all the points of traffic, and I found that the study was lacking and insufficient. And I'm going to talk a little bit about one of the big picture items that came up. Has to do with Holliston Road, the sole access for the project. Holliston Road is 30 feet wide, curb to curb. There's parking on one side, leaving only 22 feet of unstriped areas for 2 lanes of travel, or 2 11-foot lanes. One is northbound and the other one is southbound. There's no room for the project to have a left turn pocket to get into the project. The project traffic will have to wait a half an hour because of the school traffic, which is daily backed up in a line that occupies Holliston Road. The school has been doing this for 2 decades without any problems. It is because there is an inadequate capacity on the existing street, Holliston Road. The parents are willing to put up...
It's Holliston Avenue.
Holliston Avenue, excuse me. The parents are willing to put up with this inconvenience for the safety of their children. But will the patrons of the project be willing to wait for the 20-minute queues and continue in the wrong direction to get access to the project driveway? Now, with the project not analyzing this existing problem and their impact upon it, we're bringing it to light. When the project brings 90 inbound trips per hour, every hour for 11 hours straight, or 1,100 trips a day, how will they get to their only driveway during the peak hour, the queues of the school? Will the R&D students be patient enough to wait in the lines that have formed until they move, or will they try to cut by the peak lines? And by so doing, go the wrong direction on Holliston Road, because there's only, remember, there's parking, and then there's room for 2 11-foot lanes. And if the 11-foot lane is already, it's already full of the cars that are queued up. That's the problem, that one of the many problems that I found in the traffic study. They didn't look at Holliston Road or even at Holliston at Cordova, Holliston Avenue, excuse me. And they left out a lot of the other problems on the other side of the church, like the traffic going out, and then there's a queue of cars that come all the way back to the church exit, and that will get worse when this project is built, and it's already LOSF. And with that, let me just say that I believe that this project is a negative impact on traffic in a very significant way, and there's problems that were not studied in the Fair and Peers report, and I think they're significant. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, if you'll identify yourself for the record.
Sure. I'm Joe Parker. I'm a professor of biology and biological engineering at Caltech. I'm also a parent of 3 boys and some Phillips. It's just incredible to me that this site has had a CEQA exemption because it leaves its potential impacts on neighboring school children unstudied. For context, the building will be within feet of a transitional kindergarten with 4 to 5-year-old kids. And I think CEQA language is actually really helpful here because it helps us kind of disambiguate this situation by saying that a project can't be exempt from review if there are unusual circumstances creating the reasonable possibility of significant effects or cumulative impacts that require mitigation measures. Now, I run a wet lab at Caltech, and I can tell you that a building like the Innovation Center with multiple labs like mine absolutely needs mitigation measures to operate safely so closely to a school. These are measures that you've intentionally, I think, not bothered to investigate. You need a very granular understanding of biosafety, things like how biohazardous waste disposal, transport, incineration will happen next to a school, what rules govern the safe use of radiation next to a school, how organic solvents, flammables, carcinogens will be used and disposed of without incident next to a school, how pressurized gases will be brought into and out of the building without incident next to a school. How will fume hoods, which are set up to extract volatile compounds from laboratories, function so closely to a school, because these compounds are released directly into the environment. For example, in my lab, we use phenol, chloroform, formaldehyde all the time. These are extracted by chimneys on the rooftop. Have you asked anyone to demonstrate how releasing these volatiles doesn't cause enhanced exposure or accumulation, that they're not taken up by the school HVAC systems? And that's just one example. Without analyzing scenarios like this for each of these things, which is just routine on a campus, you're giving carte blanche to for this building to do what it wants so closely to a school. My lab's the safest kind of lab, right? Biosafety level 1. Our work doesn't even require higher biosafety levels 2, possibly 3. We don't know for this building relating to infectious diseases. Have you thought about any of that and how an innovation center that's fit for the purpose of working on diseases would accommodate this kind of work? Surely it would want to. There's no study showing how you'll make any of this compatible with the TK next door, but I'm aware that these are known unknowns that are of real concern to you because you prohibited things like this on public school adjacent sites. So why fail to demand an environmental review in this case? It sends this deafening message that you, elected officials, will roll the dice on the youngest and most vulnerable in the city. You will arbitrarily impose an elevated level of potential risk on children. You might hear from some of my faculty colleagues that there's majority support at Caltech for this building. My impression actually is there's very few who badly want it, probably a lot more who don't care about this building if they're even aware of it. And ironically, for a building called the Innovation Center, it's, I think, one of the least innovative things to come out of Caltech. But if some of us really want this thing, let's at least live up to our own standards as an institute and move forward scientifically. And I'm very sorry if it's an inconvenience, but at minimum, do the bloody sequel review. Thank you.
You have about a minute and a half left.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. So kind of following up, good evening, Council.
Mr. Montalvo.
Robert Montano. Following up a little bit on what you've heard, one of our biggest, we do not oppose innovation. We do not oppose Caltech. We do not oppose economic development. What we oppose is a shallow environmental analysis that does not take into consideration the unknowns of this building. This building, the nature of this building is to host and graduate new technologies that come out of Caltech. That being said, we don't know what those technologies are, and all we are asking is for us to perform a deeper study as to some of the impacts to sensitive receptors. Sensitive receptors straight from the city's initial study, which would be performed, we were not to do a categorical exemption, or we do a mitigating negative declaration or some other study, specifically cites children, athletics, the elderly, and others that are generally, that exactly reside within this area, that would be exactly impacted. So please, we just ask that we do a complete study, a thorough study, dive into the unknowns, try to identify and isolate these concerns so that we can move forward safely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now would be council questions.
Should we go through, what's the council's wish? Do we go through rebuttal or would you like to?
It would be public comment first.
Okay,
and
then rebuttal. Okay, got it. Okay, should we go to public comment or would the council, I'd like to ask questions at this point.
At some point, we need to ask questions. If you want
That's the
to
question.
if you want to wait until after.
Would you like to? Okay.
Right.
Looks like, go completely, okay, let's go through public comment. And then we'll turn to the council for questions. Okay, so if you hear your name, please, the clerk's gonna call out a series of names. Please form a line in the middle aisle if you hear your name so that we can get through public comment expeditiously. This is a public hearing at 2 minutes.
Okay, we're gonna call out names. There are going to be people in the basement, so if you hear or the staff hears anybody's name in the basement, give them a chance to come upstairs. I will call about 10 names and then work my way through this.
Let's go, let me ask people to set the goal of a minute and a half because we have a lot and we're going to give everyone an opportunity to speak. A minute and a half, if you go a little bit over, that'll be fine.
So when I ring a bell, you'll have 30 seconds left of the 2 minutes, so the bell could be your signal to finish. Elizabeth Hong, followed by Chris Garcia, then Joseph Sanders, then Jonathan White, and if you start to hear your name, please come forward. Then Angela Hockett, sorry, Eric Ide, and then John Leftus, Mark Girardello. So Elizabeth Hong, are you here? Are you Chris Garcia? Okay, come on forward, Mr. Garcia.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Chris Garcia. I have been working in the city of Pasadena for over 15 years, and I lived here for about a decade. And I'm really passionate about working with some of the young people of the city. I've volunteered with the ACE Mentor Program, which exposes high school students to careers in architecture, construction, and engineering. And oftentimes, when we're in the classroom talking about projects, it really helps to go out and look at a project in real life being built and also studying it at various stages. I think this project would be a great opportunity for that right here in Pasadena. And there's this obvious workforce development, that comes out of a project like this with new businesses and new economic opportunities for everyone in the city. So I'm gonna strongly support the project.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to pause the proceeding because we lost a quorum in the room. So let's see if we can get one of the people back.
For the record, the council can hear in the back, but we have to have at least 5 people in the room.
I'm not gonna say it. So I'll read some names while we're waiting. Elizabeth Hong she was down in the basement. Hopefully she made her way up. Joseph Sanders, Jonathan White, Angela Hockett, Sam, what's your name? I'm Angela Hockett. Come on forward, Ms. Hockett. I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and members of the council. I'm Angela Hockett, a parishioner of almost 40 years at St. Philip the Apostle Church, and I am an attorney in Pasadena and have had a business here for more than 35 years. Under applicable California land use law, approval of this project requires the council to make affirmative findings that it is consistent with the general plan and the East Colorado specific plan. Those findings must be supported by substantial evidence in the record. I submit to you, and you will see in Mr. McDonald's letter, that the proposed project is 1, not consistent with the general plan, 2, not consistent with the East Colorado specific plan, 3, not consistent with the city's 2024 restriction on research and development uses at or near schools and residential neighborhoods, and 4, not eligible for a categorical exemption under CEQA due to the architectural and historical significance of the St. Philip the Apostle Church and School campus. The East Colorado specific plan was adopted after years of public workshops, planning commission hearings, and extensive community input. It reflects deliberate policy choices about pedestrian orientation, neighborhood scale, and contextual transition, particularly along Green Street. Compliance with numerical standards such as height, floor area ratio, or setbacks does not by itself establish consistency with adopted plans. I'm concerned that the proposed project puts Pasadena at the precipice of a slippery slope for other future projects that likewise may impair the harmonious beauty of this city. Problem we have here is we've got, in the plan that encompasses Green Street, heights have been generally limited in areas some as low as 35 feet, and yet we now have what could be tantamount to 79 feet. This is like building a mini skyscraper in an area that is being built in the midst of churches, schools, residences, small shops. This is not Houston. This is our fair city of Pasadena.
Ma'am, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Elizabeth Hong, is she here? Followed by Joseph Sanders, Jonathan White, Eric Ide, John Loftus, Michael Girardello, Greg Van Dyke, Dave DeSepple, and then Nicholas Reyes.
Ms. Hong, welcome.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Hong. I'm a faculty member at Caltech in the Division of Biology and Biological Engineering. I also have lived and studied off and on in Pasadena for 15 years and lived right in that neighborhood next to St. Philip's. Frankly, I'm rather shocked and ashamed that Caltech is pursuing this project at this site. The construction of a large multi-story commercial for-profit building immediately adjacent to buildings where young children learn and where souls are nurtured. I find this just inappropriate and disrespectful for the work that St. Philip's does for its parishioners and for the community as a whole. They celebrate the deepest events of their lives and that mourn, the most serious events of their life at this site. And to have a building that towers above the steeple of the church just seems wholly inappropriate. I wanted to come and speak to you to let you know that support for this building among faculty and decision makers at Caltech is far from unanimous. In fact, it's been rather muted. No one, I'd venture most of my colleagues don't know that this project is happening in any sense. And given that there are many other sites, as the Trammell Crow representative mentioned, right, along the surrounding area that could serve as alternative sites for this type of project, it just really shocks me that this would be the place that has been proposed for this project. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joseph Sanders, followed by Jonathan White, then Eric Ide, then John Luftus, Michael Girardello, Greg Van Dyke, Dave Desapel, Nicholas Reyes, Dan Gober.
Sir, welcome.
Hi, my name is my name is Joseph Sanders. To my esteemed council representatives, I am a 40-year voting representative, resident of the city. I love Pasadena. I love Caltech. I love research and development. I love jobs. But those loves should not allow the city council to eviscerate all the careful planning that Pasadena has been known for. This project does just that. Locating this massive biological wet lab research facility adjacent to our historic church and grade school is wholly inappropriate for all the reasons detailed in our Building a Better Pasadena letter of appeal. Regardless of the city's presentation, this too tall black box does not fulfill any of the contextual and qualitative goals of the specific plan and ignores St. Philip's Church and School. The City Council must not approve this project in its current configuration without an extensive environmental review. The city's residents deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Jonathan White, followed by Eric Ide, John Luftus, Mike Girardello, Greg Van Dyke, Dave Desapel, Nicholas Reyes, Dan Gober, and Jeffrey Blum.
Mr. White.
Mr. White, go ahead.
All right. Good evening. So I'm Jonathan White. So I am a graduate student at Caltech, nearing the end of my PhD in bioengineering. And I would like to start a biotech company with my friend, Dr. Davidson. So we plan to combine our knowledge of different areas of bioengineering to develop a technology for rapid infectious disease diagnostics. So infectious disease is still one of the leading causes of death in the United States. And this is in large part because the current diagnostics for infections are either slow, ineffective, or expensive. And so this leads to around 120,000 deaths a year. So we believe that our technology will be able to diagnose infections in under 4 hours for less than $100. And we hope that our company will be ready to expand into its own space around the time that the Green Street facility is complete. And we would love to keep our company in Pasadena and bring jobs to the city and to continue our collaborations with the main Caltech campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Eric Ide.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo, council members. I'm a resident 10 plus years in the city of Pasadena, originally in Council District 7, where this project is sited, currently in Council District 2, where I'm a homeowner for 6 plus years. And I want to say, as a neighbor in this community, that I enthusiastically support this project. I want this project in my backyard. I have a family, 2 young kids, and I want them to find jobs here locally. Pasadena has great academic institutions that create world-class science. We know that there isn't enough space for those scientists, those innovators, as we just heard from Josh White. There's not enough space in this city. We've worked with economic development professionals in the city and other cities. We have a fantastic project that looks beautiful. That's a huge upgrade from the parking lots that surround this neighborhood. I want beautiful buildings like this in my neighborhood, and I enthusiastically support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Loftus.
Hi, John Loftus, 40-year resident of Pasadena. I've been a parishioner at St. Philip's for probably 20-some odd years. And all I'm asking for is that you guys, you people do a full environmental review on this project. Seems to be that they're just trying to slide it under with all these exemptions that you're giving it. And I don't think that that project belongs next to St. Philip. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mike Girardello.
Mr. Girardello, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Mike Girardello here. I've been a resident of Pasadena for over 30 years, an investor and an entrepreneur. I support the project as I had the privilege of serving on the Economic Development Task Force for the city, and innovation was one of the main areas of economic development, creating high-paying jobs and opportunity for people to stay local to the community. Caltech has always been a great anchor to the city and has been a pioneer in innovation and helping out in a number of different areas. And I support the activity. I'm sure the council will follow the appropriate rules in evaluating the application, and I do support the overall project.
Thank you.
Mr. Girardello.
Mr. Van Dyke.
Welcome, sir.
So my name's Greg Van Dyke. I'm a 30-year plus resident in Pasadena. And I think one of the things that frustrates me is it just keeps getting presented as a zero-sum game. So I want an innovation center. I want to support Caltech. I just don't know why it has to go right next here to St. Philip's. Because you know what we don't have enough of in the city of Pasadena are great institutions that care for our community. If you look at St. Philip's, we have the wonderful school, but we also have this active parish that from the day you're born to the day you die, the church there to take care of you. But did you also know that we have an active Newman Center that takes care of young adults? We have the largest St. Mrs. DePaul group in the San Gabriel Valley that actively provides rent support, community support, dinners. We pay some Pasadena water bills. We help people in those moments of emergencies because we have a thriving community here at St. Philip's. And why would we want to mess with that? You know, we just talked a little bit earlier, you were talking about the public library. And we heard over here that, you know, St. Philip's is not necessarily architecturally significant, but when you looked at the library, it was architectural, and it was history, and it was culture. And when you talk about history and culture, I think that St. Philip's has done so much for this community that it would be a tragedy to put this huge building and their traffic, and you're going to overwhelm this wonderful force of good for the community of Pasadena. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm just going to ask you, please don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dave DeSapel, followed by Nicholas Reyes, then Dan Gober, then Jeffrey Blum, then Raj Taran, then Karina Edmonds, and Becky Hernandez. Go ahead.
If you hear your name or you're downstairs, please make your way upstairs. If you submitted a card and you're downstairs, please work your way upstairs. Sir.
Good evening. I'm Dave DeChapel. I am the CEO, Executive Director of the Alliance for SoCal Innovation. I've also lived in Altadena for 14 years. And our offices of the Alliance for SoCal Innovation are located here in Pasadena. It's our role as a nonprofit to support all the emerging startups that come out of Southern California. We have 3 great institutions here in Pasadena, Caltech, Arts Center, and the Pasadena City College. And it would be a shame to lose a lot of these great, brilliant students to leave not just Pasadena, but to go out of state. And what we're seeing in our community is also to go back to even out of the country. So this project is a fantastic way not only to create jobs within the center itself, but the jobs that it creates around the community itself as a feeder. I've had the privilege of working with research and innovation directors at UCSD, also at UCLA, as well as UC Irvine, and the jobs that have been created in those communities have been nothing but, it's just expanded greatly. So again, I'm in support of the project, and I hope you see fit to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Nicholas Reyes.
Mr. Reyes, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Nicola Reyes, and I'm a union carpenter. Very proud of that fact. I'm a product of an apprenticeship program. Something that this project would provide opportunities for new folks or young folks that live in the community that would be able to take advantage of that opportunity. I was here all night, and I heard how Pasadena is committed on providing opportunities for the locals, people that were born here, people that want to stay here and work here, and send their kids to the local school. So I speak on behalf of the 4,000 plus members of Local 661, and some of those members live here in the backyard, in your community, here in Pasadena. So I would urge you to deny the appeal and approve the project. Thank you for your
Thank you.
consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Dan Gober, followed by Jeffrey Blum, then Raj Tarun.
Sir, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for this time. I'm Dan Gober. I work with an organization called Biocom California. We're the largest life science and trade organization supporting life science development. We represent over 1,800 companies across California. When you look at the life science industry, outside of tech, it's the second largest industry in California. It's an important industry for us to continue to foster, to grow. It provides very good jobs, as you've heard from a number of individuals here, and that is everything from people with, just a high school diploma up through PhDs and folks here at Caltech. There's a definite shortage of the type of space for the innovation that comes out of our academic institutions. We work across the board with many of these academic institutions, including Caltech, because as this innovation moves forward, oftentimes as those companies need to grow and they look for space, they will often go outside of California. They'll go outside of Pasadena. They'll go outside of the Los Angeles area. So we've worked quite a bit, including work that we've done with this city council to look at the ordinances, look at the regulations, so that the city of Pasadena could say that it is friendly and open to life science development. And we were hoping for a project exactly like this as we did some of that work over the last few years. So as we think about really what is needed in this industry so that we can promote jobs, so that we can train the young folks that are coming up, this type of building is greatly needed, both here in Pasadena and other places, to continue to foster that great innovation that we're seeing coming out of these institutions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Jeffrey Blum, followed by Raj Tarun, then Karina Edmonds, Becky Hernandez, Gorana Kolar, Nick Hooper, and I'll stop there.
Sir,
Go ahead.
welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, my name is Jeffrey Bloom. Make no mistake, this is not the location for this project. Unlike the vast majority of people in this room, I actually live on the block on which this building is going to be built, just maybe 100 feet from the proposed location. I work from home, so this street is genuinely my life. I know most of the people on this street, and I would say many of them would probably be here in opposition if they didn't have to work or they weren't otherwise confined to their homes. Many of these people are elderly, they have restricted mobility, many people have young children at home. Other people like me work from home, and this will have a human cost. There will be disruptions to the people who live on this street. It'll be noisy during construction. It'll cause vibrations. And I know this firsthand because I moved to this street a few years ago during the construction near Exposition Park near USC, where I used to live. They said all the same things. There would be no disruption, there would be no vibrations, there would be no noise, but you could feel it in your bones day in and day out. It was extremely loud and disruptive. There was disruption to internet, which I rely on for my work, and just frankly, my ability to think because of the loud, disruptive building implications. In addition to this, of course, this street is very narrow. There will be a lot of traffic on the street. Currently, right now, people drive very quickly on the street. There's a lot of through traffic, and that's only going to get worse with this building. Frankly, we've heard about being good neighbors, but I don't think asking for an exemption, especially near a grade school, is being a good neighbor. If you want to talk about good neighbors, St. Philip the Apostle Church was here a year ago during the fires, day in and day out for over a month. They served over 5,000 individuals, and they offered more than $100,000, hundreds of thousands of dollars in aid to people who lost their homes and were otherwise displaced by the fires. I know, I was there every day for over a month helping out. I saw a lot of people, and St. Philip really ought to be given consideration here. It's a very important pillar of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. One second, let me call a few names. Raj Taran, followed by Karina Edmonds, then Becky Hernandez, Gorana Kolar, Nick Hooper, Farzanj Afshimananesh, Nick Godin, and then Jennifer Jackson. If you have heard your name, please line up into the middle so that we know that you're here in the room. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and council members. My name is Raj Thuran. I am a South Pasadena resident for 20 years. I spend most of my time in Pasadena, and I'll be speaking in support of this project. And some of the reasons, the project is being proposed in the approved zone. I mean, no exceptions or variations were granted. In other words, the project is completely in compliance. You know, the developer and the design team continues to accommodate the request made by the design review board, and they continue to make the changes. And it creates temporary jobs during construction, good paying union jobs, local hire, benefits the community. And after construction, it creates permanent jobs. It's a new source of tax for the city. We badly need it. State is depleted of funds and the Fed, so we need it. And it eliminates the existing urban blight. It's a vacant parking lot out there. And it attracts the best and brightest to our local institutions. It helps to keep our talent locally and not lose to other cities, worse to other states. I mean, this project does exactly what the city wants. It keeps Pasadena jobs and entrepreneurs in Pasadena. For these reasons, I wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Karina Edmonds?
Good evening.
Ma'am.
Thank you for the time today. I've been a Pasadena resident for close to 34 years. During that time, I had the pleasure and honor of getting a PhD at Caltech, but I also had the pleasure of baptizing my 3 daughters at St. Philip's. We all agree it's a wonderful community. I have friends whose kids went there. I personally went to Pasadena Public Schools and currently serve on the board of Pasadena Education Foundation. I also worked at Caltech, and I have seen firsthand what happens when companies get started out of Caltech and the jobs that it creates. These same daughters that were baptized at St. Philip's will soon be coming back after going off to college to find jobs, and I'm excited for the opportunities that this new building, this beautiful new building, will provide for them. And change is hard, and I know there seems to be a lot of unknowns, but not as many as the knowns of the jobs that will be created. There are ways to mitigate. We have air sensors. I myself am constantly testing air quality. Again, there have been no exceptions, and I think everyone agrees that the value that this building will bring to Pasadena is quite immense. So for that reason, I stand here in great support of this new Innovation Center.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Becky Hernandez, and I've lived, I grew up in Pasadena. I've worked in the district for 33 years. I've been at Caltech for 33 years. I work in the Office of Technology Transfer. I work directly with the startups. I've worked the last few years with the Innovation Center. And I just want to keep it brief and say that Caltech is a responsible and good neighbor. And I hope that St. Philip's gets the opportunity to find out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gorana Kolar, followed by Nick Hooper, Farzanj Afshinmanesh, then Nick Godin, Jennifer Jackson, Lorianne Cuny.
Ma'am, welcome.
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Grana Kolar, and I work here at Caltech in Pasadena. I'm here to voice my strong support for the Green Street Innovation Project. This project is incredibly important, as you've heard from many others, not just for Caltech, but for Pasadena's broader innovation ecosystem. It is designed to strengthen our local community, keep innovation roles here in Pasadena, and attract innovation from other areas. As a recent transplant to Southern California and a resident of the Pasadena area, I found the job opportunities in Pasadena to be quite limited. I was beyond thrilled when I connected with the innovation and entrepreneurship team at Caltech, and I have immensely enjoyed working at Caltech and in this community, and I have found everyone to be very welcoming, supportive, and inspiring. I've noticed that the lab space near campus is very limited, and given the work that I do with companies, I know firsthand that companies really want to be close to the talent here and in the Pasadena area. I'll just say that prior to moving here, I worked at the University of Chicago in Hyde Park in the south side of Chicago. They just recently launched Hyde Park Labs. Very similar idea. It's a 300,000 square foot state-of-the-art innovation space. They've launched in the last year, and they've already drawn in dozens of companies, and they're helping to invest in the growth of the south side of Chicago. I urge you to support this project for the future of our city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nick Hooper, followed by Farzan Afshimanesh.
Hi, I'm Nick Cooper. I also work at Caltech, and prior to joining Caltech about 5 years ago, I spent probably 15 years working in economic development here in Southern California and supporting companies abroad. Just a comment is I think other places kill to have what Pasadena has in terms of its scientific excellence and a reputation for thinking about the future. And I think, by replacing really a parking lot with a dedicated innovation center, we can really bridge academia, industry, and startups, accelerating commercialization and supporting the research that's already happening here in Pasadena and creating jobs that can attract and retain local talent. This project will foster entrepreneurship, collaboration, and just reinforce Pasadena's reputation as a city that builds on its scientific legacy while shaping the future. I fully support this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Farzan Afshimanesh.
Good evening. My name is Farzan Afshimanesh. As the co-founder of a Caltech startup and a Pasadena resident raising a young child, I strongly support the proposed Caltech R&D facility on Green Street. Access to this facility would reduce long commutes to similar sites outside Pasadena and enable working families to remain in Pasadena while contributing to the innovation and economic growth of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Nick Godin, followed by Jennifer Jackson, Lorianne Queenie.
Sir, welcome.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Godin. I'm a resident of Pasadena for about 10 years and Southern California for 40 years. I'm also a co-founder of 2 companies out of Caltech that have raised a combined $200 million in funding and created almost 200 jobs. Unfortunately, none of that funding and none of those jobs are in Pasadena because we lacked the infrastructure to house those companies as those jobs are being created. The second company is still in Pasadena. I would love to house it in this space as it becomes available. I would love for more development to happen in this city. Science is hard. Science is very hard, and we really need predictable infrastructure if we're going to build those companies in this city. It's hard enough trying to make medicines that are life-saving for children. If we don't have a reliable place to work every day, we're going to be forced to go elsewhere where that infrastructure already exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer Jackson, followed by Lorianne Queenie, then Armand Bernardi, Clara Yarka, Taylor Lenton, Ski Sharma, and Maral Garib.
Ma'am, welcome.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Gordo and council members, I'm Jennifer Jackson. I'm the Vice Provost for Research at Caltech and a faculty member. And I would just like to underscore all of the positive attributes for this Green Street Innovation Center that many of our community members and colleagues have expressed. And I'm simply here to be here to express my vocal support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lorianne Queenie, did I get that right? Sorry.
Yes.
Ma'am, welcome.
Hi, Dr. Kenny. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. I am the Senior Director for the Environmental Health and Safety Office at Caltech. I am a safety professional. I'm a certified biological safety professional. I have been for 10 years. And I fully support the project. research operation, whether it's during construction or operation, are under a lot of oversight at the state level, at the federal level, and at the local level. And I truly believe that there is a great opportunity for this project and that it will be operating under the same oversight that we have at Caltech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Armand Bernardi, followed by Claire Yarka, then Taylor Lenton, then Ski Sharma, then Maral Garabi.
Welcome.
Hi. Hi. My name is Armand Bernardi, and I'm part of Caltech's Office of Technology Transfer and Corporate Partnerships. I'm here to support the proposed Green Street project for the new Caltech Innovation Center and to give you my perspective, which is 2 reasons for my support. One is the local economy. This project will expand the local ecosystem that supports science and technology entrepreneurship. It will provide support for Caltech startups to grow into viable businesses and contribute to our local economy across the economy, benefiting all aspects of our economy, from service providers to coffee shops, facilities, etc. My second reason is our local community. I think we all stand here and say how much we love our multi-generational aspect of our community, where we have grandparents, parents, families, adult kids all living close to each other. But we are seeing adult kids who are interested in science and technology leaving and moving out to San Francisco, Silicon Valley, Boston, and other places. I want all of our school-age kids who are interested in science and technology to have opportunities to stay here where they grew up, and for us to continue this multi-generational aspect of our community. I hope the committee will approve the project going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire Yarka.
Hello, my name is Claire Yarka, and in the interest of getting home to my child, who is hopefully already asleep, I will keep this brief. I am a member of the Catholic Church, I am a scientist, and I'm a mom. And I think I'm a prime example of what happens when you don't have infrastructure support in Pasadena for biotechnology companies, for example. As someone who left Caltech 12 years ago to join a company on the west side in Santa Monica, and then after that to Thousand Oaks. So sort of the different players that we're competing with here, right? So I fully support the project being constructed where it is, as currently it is a parking lot and doesn't provide productivity to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Taylor Lenton, followed by S.K. Sharma, then Maral Garib, then Frederick Faring, Ani Ostrander, and then Susan Kuhn.
All right,
Welcome.
Hi, thanks. My name is Taylor Lenton. I'm the Director of Corporate Partnerships at Caltech. I'm also a resident of Pasadena. I've lived in multiple districts, but right now I live in District 6. I should probably, now I'm up at the stand, I'm blanking on that, but anyway, I don't want to belabor all of these points. I fully support this project, as many of my colleagues do. I do want to note that this is exactly the kind of building that we envisioned, I think, as Pasadenians when we adopted the East Colorado Plan, and as also the Economic Development Strategic Plan that was updated in 2024, had a goal of attracting larger life sciences companies and retaining the growth of small companies that start here, keeping them here. So I think that this building is in support of all of those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. S.K. Sharma, followed by Maral Garib, then Frederick Faring, Ani Ostrander, Susan Kuhn, Maury Garib, and then Hampton Contrell.
Sir, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo, Vice Mayor Rivas, and esteemed council members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'd like to offer a little bit of a narrative to give you a sense of my story and why that's relevant and germane to your consideration and under this quasi-judicial review. I grew up as a first-generation immigrant in South Central Los Angeles. I grew up in a very impoverished area on public assistance, raised on food stamps by folks who never went to college, never had any educational opportunity. At some point in my life, I was very fortunate. I earned a full scholarship to Caltech. I was able to move to Pasadena. I was able to have a normal life. You've heard a lot of really great things about the church, and I'm sure that's true. What you've not heard about is a personal story of how Caltech fed me and countless people like me. Caltech raised me and countless people like me. It brought us out of poverty, and it gave us an opportunity. I offer to you that very recently, I'm a retired corporate executive. I also happen to be chair of the Caltech Alumni Association Board because of my degree of association with the university. I had a $53 billion IPO. None of those jobs were in Pasadena. There was no infrastructure in Pasadena. That's sad, that's regrettable, that should not happen, could not happen. Those jobs took place in Santa Monica, San Diego, and other cities. Please don't let this happen again. Please continue to appreciate Caltech for what it is, a crown jewel not just in the educational system, but as a tool of economic value creation that is unseen anywhere else in Southern California. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you consider what I've said.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Maral?
Ma'am, welcome.
Hello, my name is Maral Garib, and I'm the director of Caltech's Innovation Center, the current iteration of our academic incubator. Our incubator supports students and early-stage innovators who are turning research and ideas into real-world solutions, new businesses, new technologies, and new opportunities that stay rooted right here in our community. Since launching in December of 2021, our incubator has helped launch 16 new ventures and created pathways to local jobs, internships, and partnerships. These aren't abstract outcomes. They represent students gaining confidence, families gaining stability, and ideas gaining traction in our local economy. Today, our incubator is at capacity with a wait list of startups needing space. When companies outgrow our facility or need additional capabilities, they often leave for Los Angeles, Thousand Oaks, or San Francisco, taking talent and momentum with them. When you invest in a local academic incubator, you're not just funding programs, you're investing in talent retention, workforce development, and innovation that reflects the values and diversity of our community. Continued city support allows us to expand access, deepen community partnerships, and ensure that promising ideas don't have to leave our city to succeed. As a Pasadena native, resident, and parent, I'm proud of this work that we do, and I'm grateful for your support. Thank you for your time and your commitment to education and innovation, and for believing in the potential of the people we serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Frederick?
Good evening. I'm Fred Farina. I work at Caltech in the area of innovation, and I want to make 3 main points. But before I get there, I just want to, in my capacity, I work with a large portion of the faculty at Caltech for many years, actually 25 years. And I can tell you for a fact that a very large portion of the faculty support this project. There's very broad support from the faculty to the administration. And so contrary to that was indicated earlier. My first point is, I think we all agree that Pasadena, the local academic institutions are an element of pride to Pasadena, Caltech being one of them, PCC and Art Center and others. And this building would be the center of gravity of innovation in the area. And we actually, in my opinion, would put Pasadena on the map as an innovation powerhouse in addition to an academic powerhouse that we are. My second point is that, as was said earlier, the area that when you look at, anybody who would, I think would find obvious by driving through the area and looking at these renderings of the future building, that it would constitute an incredible improvement to the area. Currently, you have 2 or 3 parking lots in a row, gas stations, so it would be great improvement. Finally, I want to say that Caltech upholds the highest ethical standards as a practice. That's who we are. And we've done everything right in this, abide by all laws and regulations, everything, accommodated requests from the other side. And I think it would send a really terrible signal to the world if the project was denied, because it would tell the world that even if you do everything right, you can't do business in Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you. Ani Ostrander, followed by Susan Kuhn, followed by Maury Garib, then Hampton Cantrell, then Sylvia Themudo, Pasha Bank, and Darren Artura.
Welcome.
My name is Ann Ostrander. As a 28-year resident of Holliston between Cordova and Del Mar and a parishioner of St. Philip the Apostle Church, I am strongly opposed to this Caltech project at 1364 East Green Street, Pasadena. I do not object to the building itself. It's beautiful, jobs created, or research opportunities this would afford, but I'm deeply opposed to the selection of the lot, location, and size. Simply, this site is not big enough to accommodate this size building, nor the extra traffic and activity it would bring. It's a poor choice. This small neighborhood bordered by Holliston, Colorado, Hill, and Del Mar already has substantial daily activity. Masses in school at St. Philip's, the Child Development Center, Pasadena City classes, in addition to the residences that have daily vendor maintenance vehicles, postal trucks, trash collection. Our complex has collection of trash every day except Sunday. These neighborhoods are currently extremely taxed as far as daily use, and this project would add more hardship to the residents and users of these streets. Our residents already experience difficulty entering and exiting our underground parking. Holliston is a narrow street with parking on only one side. That's for a reason. It is barely 1.5 lanes wide. These conditions should definitely warrant an environmental impact study. Construction period would be an absolute nightmare. 3 years ago, the section of Holliston Avenue was resurfaced and still looks very good. Large trucks and equipment on the street would quickly deteriorate it. What a shame and waste of money for the city have spent. I love living in this neighborhood, attending St. Philip's, working at PCC, and being a neighbor of Caltech, and would be devastated this project would rob me, my family, and my fellow residents, parishioners of our wonderful environment. I implore the City Council to very cautiously consider the impact in the long term. If serious difficulties and problems arise, there's no turning back.
Ms. Ostrander, your time has expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Susan Q.
Ms. Kuhn, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Susan Kuhn, former Chief of Staff of Global Clinical Development Operations for one of the world's largest biotech companies. In our industry, our guiding principle is very simple. It's do no harm. I support Pasadena's vision for scientific leadership and economic growth. However, the new R&D zoning codes broadly permit lab uses involving biological research and does not specify a biosafety level ceiling. We're told the corporate tenants moving in will operate at biosafety level 2, but zoning governs what's allowed longer term. As more profitable biotech tenants move in and operations evolve, allowable lab activities could change, and then we won't be able to stop it. Pasadena's new zoning allowances are consistent with BSL 3. These are labs which involve work with airborne pathogens that can cause serious disease. The code does not clearly prohibit that level of work. Applying a categorical CEQA exemption to a project of the scale and of this use stretches that exemption beyond its intended purpose, especially next to sensitive receptors. There are just too many concerns, too many unaddressed questions for this project to move forward. I urge you to please do no harm and require a full EIR before allowing this project to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garib.
Good evening. My name is Maury Garib, and I'm a faculty at Caltech, Department of Medical Engineering and Aerospace. I studied and graduated from Caltech and worked at Caltech for more than almost 36 years. And my daughters and my granddaughters are all born in Pasadena. And actually, all of them went to Children's Center at Caltech, which I could see them from my lab in the backyard. So I think they're all fine. The other thing is that I have founded many startups, and mostly in life sciences. And from cure for glaucoma, right now 2 million people enjoying their eyesight because of that invention. And also technologies like, early detection of heart failure, and also for affordable, heart valves for the masses. Now, in the early stages of these companies, we could not afford to find spaces in Pasadena. Pasadena is expensive. So we have to move to El Segundo, Orange County, even Utah. Unfortunately, those companies stayed there and grew over there. And we lost all the culture and good families and young families that could have been in Pasadena. Now they're not here. So I fully supported this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Hampton Cottrell, followed by Sylvia Themudo, then Pasha Bank, then Darren Artura, then Sprinter Dapa, and then Christian Helbing.
Sir, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Hampton Cantrell, and I am a Pasadena resident. I live in that general area, and also I work at Caltech. I'm their chief of security. And certainly from a safety standpoint, I am very supportive of this project. But more importantly, before coming to Caltech, I worked in the San Francisco Bay Area in higher education. And as a speaker said before, that we have students and researchers that are trying to find a home to come to do their work, to be innovators, and that sort of thing. I would love to see Pasadena create that ecosystem where, you have Caltech, you have PCC, and you have high schools in that area as well. And so, again, I strongly support this, and I can tell you, me and my team, we work very hard with others on campus to keep Caltech safe and secure, and also to be good neighbors. We work very, very hard to do that. So, again, thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia Tamudo.
Hi, my name is Sylvia Tamudo. I'm a District 4 resident. I'm a parent and parishioner at St. Philip the Apostle, and I work at DPR Construction based in Old Town, Pasadena. I support this project. I acknowledge that some neighbors are finding this change difficult on this block, and it feels very personal to many. I get that. But I also want to acknowledge that not everyone opposes this project. And many voices, often quiet, are either supportive or neutral, just as mentioned on the Caltech side. That matters too. We heard tonight Trammell Crow's presentation and some of the concessions on the parking and on the height, and I think those are meaningful. And I think that that is a response from the community feedback, and not every concern can be addressed, but I think that responsiveness should matter with this decision. What I really want to hope we lean into at this point is partnership. At St. Philip's, our children say the Peace Builder pledge every morning about respect, cooperation, and working together. And that spirit applies here. The real opportunity isn't about stopping a legal project. It's about shaping it so the school and the community both win. I believe we can coexist on the same block. My daughter asked me the other day about what happens inside a lab and if she could see one. And to me, that curiosity represents an opportunity. So I believe we can acknowledge concerns, support the project, and move forward thoughtfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pasha Bank.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pasha Bank. I'm here to support the project. I work for the general contractor that will be building the project. We are committed to providing a high-quality project for the city and the local community. This project will help support key research companies here locally in Pasadena. With Trammell Crow and DPR's leadership, we'll create a safe construction site, minimize disruption to the local neighbors, and build a high-quality project for the city and the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a few names. Sprinter Dapa, then Darren Atura, then Christian Helbing, then Heidi Parker, Mary Forrest, Edward C. Ruhan, then Amanda Wu, and then Cameron Jackson. If you've heard your name, please come forward. What's your name?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Christian Helbing, and I'm a parent in this community. We often say that hindsight is 20/20. Tonight, the community is offering you that hindsight and 20/20 clarity now, so you don't have to look back later and wish you had considered more. Hundreds of children attend school and play just steps from this site, yet the laboratory operations, traffic impacts, and construction effects were never fully studied, despite the presence of sensitive receptors. This building would rise 73 feet tall, the equivalent of 6 to 7 story residential structure, well above the long-standing neighborhood height limit of 51 feet. It would add significant traffic and congestion, including a garage entrance for 200 cars directly in the path of pedestrians and school children, funneling vehicles onto local residential streets. Residents are also concerned about the loss of light, privacy, and neighborhood character. St. Philip Church, a Roland Coat designed landmark, sits beside this site, part of the historic fabric of this community. More than 700 letters have been submitted in opposition, and over 1,600 people have signed a petition asking for further review. Please take this 2020 look now. Grant this appeal and require a full environmental impact report. It is the careful and defensible path for the children, for the neighborhood, for the legacy of Pasadena and this council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Sprinter Dappa, followed by Darren Artura, then Heidi Parker, then Mary Forrest.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo and City Council members. My name is Sopriye Dappa, and my family has lived in District 7 for over 80 years. Today, I've come to speak in opposition of the Caltech Trammell Crow proposal project by R&D Laboratory, and their activities have not been disclosed along with the BSL biosafety level. Why the BSL is important. For example, a BSL 2 category laboratory in Wuhan, China, caused the leak of the coronavirus, which led to the pandemic in 2019. There is a new GX_P2V virus, which was created in the lab as well. The study used transgenic mice who were given the human ACE2 receptor gene, the gene that the SARS virus fits into. The purpose of the study was to test how deadly the virus would be in humans. Originally, the virus was discovered by accident. When the infected mice were observed, the scientists noticed the virus mutated. Instead of just noting that, they decided to clone the virus. In all 12 test subjects, 100% death was the final outcome in 7 to 8 days. When the mice first got sick, it mimicked the usual respiratory infection symptoms like lung, nose, and trachea infections. That seemed to get better. The mice appeared to recover from those infections, but ultimately died from a brain infection, encephalitis. This is not a wild virus. It was completely created in the lab. Additionally, infections did not lead to significant inflammatory reactions or cytokine storms as it did in the COVID-19 pandemic. The mice in the study all had high viral
Ms.
counts
Dappa,
in the brain.
Your time has expired. Is Ava Dappa here too?
Yes.
I'm going to call her next because I know that she's your daughter and you were speaking together.
Thank
So
you. Thank you for your time.
Take a moment of privilege. Ava, come forward.
Welcome.
Where is it?
Ava, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Gordo and City Council members. My name is Ava Dappa, and I am standing for my grandmother, Elsie Robinson, a retired civil engineer who worked for the state of California. Because she could not be in attendance today, my grandmother said the residents were not notified of this hearing by mail or public posting. There may be a conflict with the existing zoning laws and ordinances for this type of commercial building. They want to build this massive building next door to a historic church, which is St. Philip the Apostle Catholic Parish and School, a school and college. This will increase our streets traffic even more and reduce our quality of living, ushering in approximately 260 more cars into an already congested area due to the PCC parking lot being directly across the street and Caltech being around 2 blocks away. Our current infrastructure was not built to handle. As it is, our sewer systems and city street lighting are insufficient. We hear accidents on Green Street constantly. The extra traffic attracts more unwanted crime, littering on the city residential streets, and a constant noise disturbance. Parking has become costly and burdensome in the city. We can't even park in front of our home due to excessive amount of cars that park there due to patrons patronizing the surrounding businesses. The environmental impact of such a building is also of concern. We don't allow my grandchildren to play in the front yard or walk down the block by themselves due to all the strangers constantly parking on or speeding down our street. We value Pasadena's architecture and historical charm. This proposed building, along with a few
Ms.
homes.
Dappa, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you so
for
much.
your time, sir.
Darren Atura, followed by Heidi Parker.
Hi, I'm Heidi Parker. Number one, we would love for an innovation center to happen, but it should have never been considered here. There are many other spots it could go. Number two, we would love for it to not be a parking lot. St. Philip's would have loved to have bought this and given us community gardens, a sports field, some kind of green space, because now their blue view of the mountains is blocked out. I'm coming to you today because I want to address comments that have been put forth suggesting, repeatedly by Caltech representatives, suggesting they have experience with research buildings near a school or daycare setting, citing the Caltech Center, the Children's Center at Caltech, known as the CCC. My children attended the center for 7 years. You'll hear them talk about this. I was on the board of trustees there for 6 of those years. Because of this, I can say with confidence, these statements are patently false. Caltech does not even run the daycare, but contracts out the services. The daycare shown in this map here is clearly far, far away from the nearest lab at 150, and the other one is 250 meters. Also, note these are dry labs, and the nearest wet labs are all the way across the road. The previous daycare was located on the corner of Chester and Del Mar, also no wet labs. They lack any experience with lab facilities near buildings that house children. If they put this forth again, please ask them to point it out on the map. Facts are facts. I cannot overstate the importance of this. The proposed design is right next to a church that serves 3,000 citizens, a school that houses 550 children, and yet when asked about the safety issues, Caltech keeps responding with misinformation. They provide incorrect details when it comes to this. The CCC board follows science on every issue, and Caltech should ask that they also follow science on this. Why is it not the same for children of St. Philip the Apostle? I sincerely ask you to reflect whether you feel right about standing behind elite private universities and deep-pocketed corporate giants like Eli Lilly and their efforts to steamroll the concerns of a historic community, parish, and church that has served this community for over 100 years. Also, Father Tony assisted me.
Ma'am? Your name?
Mary Forrest.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi. I'm Mary Forrest. I have lived in District 6 for the past 10 years. I'm also a parent to 4 boys at St. Philip the Apostle School. And I'm here also representing the 3 basement rooms, all watching this, of parents that are cheering for the right side. To me, this issue is about stewardship. For a church and a parochial school to remain open and thriving for 100 years is no small accomplishment, especially in a rapidly changing world. The decision before you tonight will shape the neighborhood for decades, and we have a responsibility that our place to take care of our place of worship and our children's school to make sure that they are protected so they can flourish for another 100 years. At its current scale, the building would take over the church and school. While St. Philip's might not be a designated landmark today, it is a part of the identity and story of the area. Moreover, it would create more new vulnerabilities for St. Philip at a time when safety is a growing concern. The proposed innovation center is designed for companies that grow and rotate out. That means tenants, research, and activity will continually change, creating long-term unknowns directly adjacent to an elementary school. Just like we heard earlier, they want to study infectious disease next to our kids' school. But even beyond this one project, your decision sends a signal about what and who Pasadena prioritizes. Approving this building without deeper review would suggest the city's priorities lie with large corporations, money, and stature. I ask you to remember that your role is to represent the voices of the people who elected you. Decisions like this shape how voters view their city leadership and whether they feel heard. Families in this community are paying attention. We are asking you to ensure that our concerns are taken seriously and are reflected in your vote. Please do the additional studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward C. Ruhan, then Amanda Wu, then Cameron Jackson, then Viviana Gradinari, then Andre Farron, and then George Diamond. Is Edward C. Ruhan here? Okay.
Mr. Rubin, welcome.
Mr. Ruhan, go ahead.
My name is Ed Ruin, and my family and I are 33-year members of the St. Philip the Apostle community. I want to be clear that I support innovation, job growth, real estate development, startup companies, and tonight we have this attack going on. And it kind of makes me sad because ultimately we have good people at Caltech, Trammell Crow, and we have great people at St. Philip in the neighborhood, and we're all kind of missing the point. I think generally everyone behind me wants an innovation center. We thrive when jobs are created and the community creates. What's happening though is the message about where it's going is the big issue. There's 650 million square feet in the city of Pasadena. This one lot is 41,000 square feet. We're looking at this as if it's the only lot in the entire city. And so the families of the parishioners that have 550 kids walking around and the children, as well as the sacred space, is all being lost in the shuffle because it's, hey, you don't like innovation, you don't like technology, you don't like job starting. And my personal perspective is this the right thing for the next 5 years? And that's not my question. Is it the right thing for the next 100 years? And so ultimately, the responsibility is all of yours to make this decision tonight. But I urge you to relook at this massive R&D facility next to a church, next to a neighborhood, next to 550 kids playing at the playground, and actually ask for a full EIR, do the right thing for the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Wu, followed by Cameron Jackson, then Viviana Gradinari, then Andre Farron, then George Diamond, then Diane Olivas. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Amanda Wu, and I'm currently an MD PhD student at Kaiser Permanente School of Medicine and Caltech. I've been a community member of Pasadena since 2022 and will continue to reside in Pasadena for at least the next half decade as I'm pursuing my education and training. I'm here to voice my support for the development of the Caltech Innovation Center. My research focuses on increasing the accessibility of reproductive health services and technology for the general public. It has grown from a laboratory project into a potential startup concept, and the biggest anticipated challenge as it matures is finding the right ecosystem to make that transition, with mentorship, resources, and connections to industry partners that an academic setting alone cannot provide. An innovation center within the community would be transformative for students like me. It would not only ensure workforce opportunities for community members like myself and investment in economic development within our own neighborhoods, but also bridge the gap between scientific discovery and real-world impact, ensuring that breakthroughs in fields like reproductive health, which have been long underfunded and underserved, can reach the patients who need them most. Caltech has exceptional talent and ideas. What we need is the infrastructure for a nucleation point to turn them into solutions that can readily serve the public good, including those in our community. For this reason, I wholeheartedly support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Cameron Jackson. Mr. Jackson, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Cameron Jackson. I'm a PhD student at Caltech. I've spent the past 5 years there. I support the proposed innovation center because it will create local jobs and opportunities for people like me to stay and work here in Pasadena. After graduation, I hope to work with this building in some capacity, developing technologies that can improve lives. Myself and a team are developing and starting a company that develops biotechnologies for fertility and reproductive medicine, helping people who want to start families. Having this center nearby will allow us to contribute to this cause and ultimately to the community of Pasadena. It's also a chance for myself and other students and other researchers to build their careers locally I hope the council will support this project so talented people can stay and continue living and working here in Pasadena, building both their careers and their lives in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Viviana Grandinari, then Andre Farron, then George Diamond, then Diane Olivas, then Thomas Dakin, and then Esperanza Jorgensen.
Good evening, council members.
Welcome.
I'm Viviana Gradinaru. I'm a District 7 resident. I'm a mother of 2, also a Caltech professor. But importantly, I'm a first-generation college student and an immigrant, legal immigrant from Eastern Europe, due to Caltech. The question was raised, who works in a building like this? People like me and trainees, you've heard from students, and postdocs that work very hard every day towards cures for Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, etc. Research that has already created, as you've heard, startups, employed hundreds of people, and attracted hundreds of millions in funding, just not in Pasadena. What a loss for our city. On safety, lab research next to schools and daycares is already the norm on Caltech campus, on the Amgen campus in Thousand Oaks, and across Europe at Max Planck Institutes. Europe has much stricter environmental rules than here. I know this well because I've been at Caltech for more than 2 decades now. As an undergraduate student working in the lab, I think I'm healthy enough. And also my kids went, and this is very important because you've seen the map, right? My kids went to actually both of the daycare locations.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am.
The present one,
No.
you cannot do that.
Ma'am, please.
Please respect.
Thank you.
The address of the first daycare location where my kids went to both, that map shows the current one. It's 293 South Chester, and I was a sleep-deprived parent, and I thought, did I forget there was a lab? It's next to more labs, okay? It's there. And it is important that we approve this project because Pasadena already lost talent, and a rejection here doesn't cost us just this project. It will send a message to every entrepreneur that Pasadena is closed for business. Caltech faculty, they're not all entrepreneurial, so they will be mute on the topic, of course, but ask the entrepreneurial faculty and you will see
Ma'am, your time
tremendous
has
support.
expired.
Thank you.
Andre Farron, followed by George Diamond, then Diane Olivas, then Thomas Dakin, Esperanza Jorgensen, Viviana Riscalvo.
Okay, hi, good evening. My name is Andre Farron. I'm a professor at Caltech, and I'm also a resident in District 7. I live very close to the church. I should just point that one of the main arguments of the people opposed to this project is that it may be unsafe because of the research happening in the building. I'd like to reiterate that Caltech has been operating this type of research buildings for a very long time. There are well-established protocols for operating this type of facilities. I go to work every day on Caltech campus, so does my wife, and so does thousands of people. Caltech is the largest employer in Pasadena. We all go to work on Caltech campus because it is safe. I support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. George Diamond, followed by Diane Olivas, then Thomas Dakin. Is George here? No? Diane, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Diane Olivas. I'm a parishioner and I'm a parent at St. Philip. We understand that when there's construction, any kind of construction, there's construction nuisance, noise, traffic, vibrations, and environmental concerns. For this massive construction, this 3-level underground parking garage will require excavation. 2 things. This will increase our environmental concerns and nuances to our kids in St. Philip. I have 3 points that I want to make. The construction noise associated with this massive project will impact and be detrimental to our teachers and our students, to their daily routine and educational activities. 2, where will our children play during this construction, especially during the excavation? Where were our children? They're not your children. We understand that. They're our children. If you want a better community, think about that. Be a better community member. Think about our children, which brings me to my 3rd point. Be transparent. What type of research is going to be done there? Be transparent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your name?
Yes, good evening. Vivian Riscalvo.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm a Pasadenan for 40 years in Councilman Matsuda's district. I'm a parishioner of St. Philip the Apostle for 33 years. My children attended the school. There is no question that Caltech is a very important educational and research institution that has made significant, groundbreaking contributions on a global level. On the flip side, there is St. Philip the Apostle Church and an elementary school with 550 children that has served the Pasadena community for decades, a vibrant, diverse community serving the religious and educational needs, and as someone said earlier, providing support to communities for generations. Not to get biblical, but after all the testimony that's come in, this is a little bit like David and Goliath. We're the David. Staff report, check the boxes. It's consistent with the plan. It's consistent with the zoning. It meets all the requirements. There are no problems. There are no impacts. There is no noise. There is no traffic. There will be no air quality impact whatsoever. Zero. But I have to ask you, is that really, really the case if you just look at the renderings that they presented today and you look at what's next door? As an urban planner, I value and appreciate, as a professional, the design standards that Pasadena has. We are one of the best in the county, but you just have to look at this building. There is room for modification. There is room for a reduction in the building. The woman from Trammell Crow said that it's 2 feet. 2 feet of the building is being reduced. I think it's 5 feet or 6 feet of the equipment on the top. Is that really a reduction? 2 feet of a building? I think you can do more. I think the staff could have done better, and there is improvement.
Ma'am,
this building
thank you.
needs to be smaller.
So I don't know if George Diamond has ever shown up, then Thomas Dakin, if you're here, Esperanza Jorgensen, okay.
Esperanza Jorgensen.
Yes, and then Beth Dorr, Alice Lee, Francis Myers, and then Andy Wilson and Basil Dahiyat. So if you heard your name, please line up so I know that you're here. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Esperanza Jorgensen, and children are my business. All my work here in Pasadena have been the children, and I'm here to speak for them. When I read on this report that this lab, biotechnology operations in there close to our children is a high concern for me. I'm not speaking about me. I'm not speaking about business. I'm not speaking about anything. I'm speaking in behalf of the children. I embrace some of you children. I may be too old for you to recognize me, but I work on education for over 22 years. And I hope you see on those children the impact that they have when they are counted on situations like this. I'm not against innovation. I'm not against development, but not close to the children. I'm not against Caltech. I appreciated most of their development because my belief is different. I totally consider unacceptable approving this project based on lies on this report. Except for that, unacceptable. Thank you.
Thomas Dakin here? No. Beth Dorr here? No. Alice Lee? Francis Meyer? Andy Wilson? Basil Dahiyat? Then James Rowich.
Ma'am, welcome.
Go ahead. Tell us your name.
Good evening. My name's Alice Lee.
Thank you.
I've called Pasadena home for the past 25 years, since my days as a student. Even when my family and career took me to other states and countries, Pasadena remained the city I called home. And I returned to and the community that I identify with most deeply. This is why I was genuinely excited when the city approved the ordinance to position Pasadena as a hub for life sciences. This initiative represents a rare and powerful opportunity to place Pasadena back on the global map, this time as a center for innovation, research, and academic excellence. By strengthening our life sciences ecosystem, we can better retain and attract top talent from Caltech, Pasadena City College, while building on the extraordinary legacy of institutions like JPL. In doing so, we are not only investing in economic growth, but in a future that advances our city, enriches our residents, and ensure shared prosperity for generations to come. Therefore, I strongly support this proposed project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Dakin, still not here. Beth Dorr, Francis Meyer, Andy Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, thank you for adhering to the rules.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Andy Wilson, and I had the pleasure of serving 8 years in the City Council. I've been long known as a champion for smart, forward-looking economic development. I'm also one of the co-founders of Innovate Pasadena, helped lead innovation strategy at USC, and served as one of the key contributors to the city's recently updated economic development strategic plan. That plan, developed thoughtfully with broad community input, identified deep technology and biotech as cornerstone opportunities for Pasadena's future. We recognize in a post-COVID world when many traditional white-collar jobs can be done remotely, lab-based science and engineering jobs cannot. They require people to be here, working together. They generate exactly the kind of economic multiplier effects we need to keep talent, companies, and investment in our city. The project before you tonight is quite literally in the bullseye of what the strategic plan envisioned. It aligns with the direction we set. It fits squarely within the purpose of the East Colorado Specific Plan. It is exactly the type of development that strengthens Pasadena's leadership in science, technology, and education. This is a by right project as a result of years of thoughtful and deliberate work done by the community, the staff, in this council. I encourage you to support this project, not as a favor to Caltech, but as an expression of Pasadena's ongoing commitment to its own future. This is a high-value, place-based economic asset that helps our city remain competitive, resilient, and relevant. This is the type of compelling projects that cities yearn for, so let's not let it slip through our fingers. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and your continued service to our wonderful city.
Thank you. Basil Dahiyat, James Rawich, Matt Pobin, Richard Lee, Morrison Bell, Tricia Ortega, and Sandy. Those are the final names in the audience, and then we have 2 virtual. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. My name is Basil Dahiyat. I'm been a resident of Pasadena and Altadena since 1992, last 9 years in District 7. I've raised my 3 kids here. In 1997, I graduated from Caltech and started a company called Zenicor. We're a biotech company. We've created 3 medicines for lymphoma, for rare blood and neurologic disorders, and for COVID, and we have many, many more in development, internally and with our partners. We moved our company back to Pasadena in 2023 and invested about $15 million out of pocket to build our labs and signed a $100 million lease and brought 150 jobs back into Pasadena. We employ about 10 PCC grads, numerous Cal State and UC grads, many people without college degrees, as well as over 50 doctorates. So we're a part of this community. We left Pasadena in 2000 to go to Monrovia because of lack of lab space. And it was just a fortuitous set of factors that brought us back here that made it make sense. We're the only ones who've come back. Again, lack of lab space. We're part of this community, and I viewed the location when I heard of this project as incredibly fortuitous because of its close proximity to the enormous number of talented students at PCC. The recent investment in the Serafian Biosciences building, we currently take about 2 or 3 interns a year there, and I'm sure this kind of building would foster more of that kind of engagement with PCC, which is a wonderful institution. Now, I probably could have moved the company back earlier, but there are very few credible projects that have the investment, the support of places like Caltech, and the real estate community's backing that can take off. If there had been, I might have moved sooner. There are not a lot of other projects. There's not a lot of other ways all these pieces can fit together. I hope you can find ways to accommodate all the differing interests and help R&D grow here. Thank you.
Thank you. James Rowich, followed by Matt Hoban, then Richard Lee, then Marissa Bell, then Tricia Ortega, and then Sandy, and then Erica Foy and Dennis Coe.
Sir, welcome.
Go ahead.
I'm Jim Rawich. I'm glad to be here tonight as a proud resident of District 7. I live on Rosevilla Street, not far from both of these places, Caltech and St. Philip's Church. I love them both. I love my neighbors. I'm sorry that they are in this disagreement over which is a better institution, which is more important, and which ought to be considered most in the final judgment. I decided to submit these my strong support for this project in a letter that came to you in advance, and I feel like everyone has put forward many good reasons to approve the project. I support it enthusiastically, but I decided to stay late this evening to express my gratitude for the process that's underway here. I think we're lucky to live in a city that is rigorous and attentive to the details of how to do development in a democracy with voices from many sectors of the community toward many different and sometimes differing objectives. You don't have an easy choice ahead of you, but you have a choice that I think will make a big difference to the city of Pasadena. As I indicated, I support it enthusiastically, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Matt Hoban, followed by Richard Lee, then Marissa Bell.
Sir, welcome.
My name is Matt Dobson, and I wanted to thank you guys for staying late to hear everything that everybody has to say. I guess I want to start by saying that I support responsible and well-reviewed development of innovation centers in our city. As a local business owner and a parent of 2 kids at the school, I'm concerned about numerous aspects of this project. Those aspects are the location, the scale, and the use. My concern on the use really comes from recent Pasadena history surrounding the fire at the GM laboratory out in Hastings Ranch. That fire obviously burned out of control for many, many hours, surrounded by industrial piers. If something like that were to happen in a location next to a school, you can use your imagination to see how that would play out. I think what is more concerning almost than that to me is that as it has been represented to us, the tenants that will be occupying this building are not going to be highly regulated professional corporations like Caltech or like GM. Excuse me. They're going to be startups, potentially lightly regulated and transitory, both for positive and negative, getting bigger and going out of business. And so I've been to every one of these meetings. I still don't know exactly what's going to take place in there. And I would encourage you guys to further investigate that aspect of this development because it's going to have a material impact on the neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Then Richard Lee, Marissa Bell, Tricia Ortega, and Sandy.
Hey, good evening, council member, and Mayor Gordo. My name is Richard Lee. I'm a resident of Pasadena District 7. I'm also a licensed architect, contractor, and a small-time developer, definitely not Trammell Crow level. But most importantly, I'm a parent. My children are born and raised in Pasadena. They attend middle and upper school directly adjacent to Caltech. I also serve as the director of project management at Caltech, where my team oversees construction projects across the campus. We take the health, safety, and community well-being extremely seriously. So with the academic environment demands a lot of thoughtful planning, coordination, and respect for neighbors. The responsibility is something I live with and my team does every single day. Prior to Caltech, I also worked at Gensler for a number of years, where I collaborated on a couple of major pursuits, including those with Trammell Crow as a client. Gensler is known for the rigorous due diligence and design spaces that inspire collaboration and partnerships. My last role at Gensler was shepherding development, design, and construction at EF Academy on Hill in Elizabeth. Those are familiar, the design commission and the city council at the time were instrumental in making that project possible. And now it ultimately allows EF Academy to support St. Mark's as they rebuild from the fires. My children also once attended that school as well. So without the foresight of that support and administration, the partnership would not have been possible. You have before you a strong team, an engaged client, a leading design firm, and a very responsible institution. The decisions made today with the cities and the institutions, when they work together, good things will happen. What you guys do today will shape the ideas and opportunities of tomorrow, just as past leadership decisions enabled the EF Academy to serve our community in a time of need. The scientific discoveries and educational advancements that will come from this project will also extend far beyond the site. They will benefit Pasadena and they will benefit society. Let this be another example of what thoughtful collaboration between the city and its institutions can achieve. And if the cases I'm not clear, I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marissa Bell, followed by Tricia Ortega, then Sandy, then Erica Foy, then Dennis Coe.
Ms. Bell, welcome.
Hi, I'm Marissa Bell. Thank you so much for staying so late to hear all of our voices. We really appreciate it. This is obviously very important to us. I have 2 children at the school. I'm also executive director of an organization called Leaders in Tech and work with many, many startup founders in the Bay Area and in LA. I definitely believe in innovation. I believe in startups. I believe in technology, as do the vast majority of the parents and families at St. Philip's. And of course, we are all teaching our kids technology and hope that one day they will also be future entrepreneurs here in Pasadena. We would love that. You can imagine, as parents, why we feel nervous, why we feel scared. These are our children. We were not informed of this building until a few months ago. And then now we hear Caltech is building the building. Oh, Caltech are very good neighbors. We love Caltech. Of course we love Caltech. I'm proud to live in Pasadena with Caltech. Then we hear, actually it's Eli Lilly that's leasing the building. Well, we actually have no idea who's gonna be in the building. What companies? You heard a young man today saying he really wanted to study the most dangerous infectious diseases in this building. So while we love innovation, and we love technology, and we want our children to be living and working here in Pasadena, you can understand why we feel so nervous of the unknowns. And all we're asking you to do is help remove some of those unknowns. Remove some of them. Ask for more testing, provide some guidance, do the CEQA testing. That's all we're asking for. Take one extra step to remove unknowns and protect our children. Thank you very much, and thank you for staying so late.
Thank you. Tricia Ortega, then Sandy, then Erica Foy, then Dennis Coe.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tricia Ortega, echoing Marissa. Thank you so much for staying late tonight. Clearly, this is a very important issue for all of us, and thank you to our audience for also staying tonight. I'm born and raised in Pasadena. I've lived here for over 40 years in District 7. Caltech was my neighbor growing up, and I'm proud of that. Watching Big Bang Theory, like that's my hometown right there. I'm very proud. I'm all for innovation. I don't know if you realize C's came from Pasadena, Q-Tip came from Pasadena, the cheeseburger came from Pasadena. And I'm very thrilled to see what else we have to offer. And I feel like many people in this room have something, a lot to give to Pasadena, but I have many concerns. And first of all, we need all remember, this is a for-profit building. This isn't a Caltech building. This isn't for students. This is for profit. Speaking of Eli Lilly, I know Eli Lilly wrote a letter in favor of the rezoning, was that 2004? So that this neighborhood, which up until 2004 was for multi-use, and now it is approved for research and development. And it's concerning that a company such as Eli Lilly has that influence, and then you do wonder why they care. I do know, it sounds like this building, I'm pretty sure will be taller than church, smaller than the bell tower, but taller than the church. And I'm concerned because there is no green space for the school, and that's fine, but the students deserve to have a mountainscape and skyscape. That's for their own health. I don't think it's been mentioned, but the rectory is adjacent to the exit onto Green Street. And once this building's put up, the rectory, which is home to the pastor in this room, as well as the fellow priests, will forever be in a shadow. And I think that's very unfair, that this is their home. They don't have a choice of where they live. They're part of the community, and their home will forever be cast in a shadow, and they'll have traffic. I think it's been mentioned there's unusual hours for this building. Who knows how many buildings will be going and at what time of night. They'll have to deal with the traffic. And
Ma'am, your time has expired.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Sandy, followed by Erica Foy, then Dennis Coe.
As most of you know, I've worked in the biotech industry for a good half century. And I have a small biotech here in Pasadena. I've worked at Salk, I've worked for Eli Lilly, I've worked for a lot of organizations. The problem that I see that's confronting you is that you have a design-approved process that's designed to approve office buildings and not a design and approval process that's designed to evaluate potentially risky laboratory operations. At a traditional academic institution, we have a lot of committees. An IACUC that regulates animals, a biosafety committee that regulates risks to the environment, an IRB that regulates risks to human beings in the course of our studies. This is not a part of Caltech and Caltech's regulatory framework. The underlying question you have to confront is, they've dotted every I and crossed every T in getting their building approved as effectively an office building. You've got the other side, which is a community that's afraid of what's going to go on in that office building that may involve squishy little things that may be able to hurt people or potentially kill people in the long run. Caltech currently says it's going to operate, according to what I've heard today, as a Class 2 facility. Class 2 facility is reasonable to operate within an organization like this, but what you really have to face is the community would like to stop the project using CEQA. You have to face the issue of how do you regulate potentially risky biotechnology companies within Pasadena, which are not necessarily subject to the regulatory framework that protects us from Caltech administration.
Thank you.
Erica Foy, followed by Dennis Coe.
Ms. Foy, welcome.
It's *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the previous speaker. I'm going to touch a little bit more on what they said. The city R&D zoning designation does not distinguish between laboratory intensities. Under federal standards, laboratory research ranges from BSL 1 through 4, each level requiring material different containment systems, ventilation controls, and regulatory oversight. While higher containment labs such as BSL 3 and 4 are rare and heavily regulated, they illustrate that R&D encompasses a wide operational spectrum that must be considered. The environmental documentation does not define what containment envelope is reasonably contemplated under this approval. I understand that Caltech has indicated it does not intend to exceed BSL2 in this facility, and I appreciate that clarification. However, those representations are not reflected in the entitlement. Land use approvals run with the property, and operational intensity can evolve over time. You even heard one of Caltech's students tonight talk about wanting to study infectious disease in this building. Some may respond that laboratory safety is governed by building and fire codes, and that is true. But fire and building codes regulate how a facility operates. Zoning determines what level of use is authorized at the location. Those are different questions. My concern is not about current intent. It's about whether the council evaluated the full containment spectrum encompassed with the R&D designation when it adopted these incentives, particularly as applied adjacent to a school. When a broad entitlement is approved without defining its operational ceiling, that sets a precedent. That precedent deserves deliberate consideration,
Erica,
especially next to kids.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis Coe?
Mr. Coe?
Hi, my name is Dennis Coe. I'm a research scientist at Caltech. I'm here to support the plans that build the center. I'm currently working to launch a startup in ophthalmology to treat ocular disorders based on technology I've developed during my PhD at Caltech. I want to build this company in Pasadena. I'd love for every one of my products to say designed and built in Pasadena. Dedicated innovation space is often the deciding factor in whether or not a company stays or leaves. Many of our peer institutions like MIT and Stanford have ecosystems that have enabled founders of startups to start and scale companies locally. This center would ensure companies like mine are built here, creating jobs, attracting investment, and generating long-term economic activity for the city. I respectfully urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Mayor and council, that completes public comment on this item. There's the rebuttal period for the.
Yes. Let me first thank the public on all sides for your comments and willingness to participate in our process and for being respectful of one another. I think it says a lot about our community, so thank you. So rebuttal.
Mr. Mayor, could I just add a brief word to that? I too am deeply moved by the heartfelt concerns that have been expressed by both sides. I think it bears reminding, especially as we get to this late hour, we're not voting whether to approve or disapprove this project. We are handling an appeal from a unanimous design commission approval of the design of this building. And we're under significant constraints ourselves, acting in a quasi-judicial manner to weigh the facts within the narrow boundaries of what the law says. There are lots of legitimate concerns that have been raised, but this is not a hearing about whether you like Caltech or you like St. Philip's. This is a pretty narrow hearing, as we heard at the outset, and I just think it bears reminding, mostly to the audience who are not used to this framework, that we all took an oath to uphold the U.S. and state constitution, and so we have to operate within the laws, and that's what's happening tonight. And while your concerns are deeply appreciated, many of them don't bear either pro or con on our decision-making process tonight.
Right, this is not a use decision. This is the zoning, our code speaks to the use. This is purely a design question. Okay, rebuttal.
It's the appellant's rebuttal first, and then the applicant. You'll have 3 minutes. I'll ring a bell with 30 seconds left.
Thank you. I'll get straight to the point, given the late hour. What is before you is the finding of whether or not this proposed use, A, meets the general plan, B, meets the specific plan, C, meets the zoning code, and D is entitled to a CEQA exemption. What you have before you is what's called a mitigated categorical exemption. If you look at the conditions of approval that the Design Commission approved, there are mitigation measures relating to asbestos. There are mitigation measures relating to other aspects of this project's use. My letter points out to you that a mitigated categorical exemption is not allowed under California law. Had I been your city attorney, I would have told your staff, don't do that, do a mitigated negative declaration. You will be on a much safer ground. To do that, though, would have required far more study. You have before you the critique of your traffic study. You have drone footage that Erica has submitted. You have the information that's been provided tonight by a variety of people and in all the letters and attachments to my letters. At the end of the day, what people are saying is, regardless of the use, as the speaker, I think, very correctly pointed out, you've run it through the treadmill with the checklist as if it's a regular commercial office building. It's not. It is you have to look at the use with regard to CEQA. You have to look at the use with regard to general plan and specific plan. Within that context, all people are saying is you cannot determine that this is categorically exempt, as towards the end there, the speaker said, as if everything's just going to be fine.
because we know for a fact that it's not. We know for a fact, based upon that were this project to be built on Caltech's campus, it would be subject to an entire host of different regulations, which would, for whatever reason, the city's not come up with for its own R&D zoning. You yourself dealt with this problem on December 4th, 2023, I believe it was. It's the minutes from that hearing are attached to my letter. You yourself said, wait a minute, this kind of building in a residential neighborhood, near a school site, on a vacant school site, might not work. Planning, come up with some standards and get back to us, and they never did. That's why this is in front of you. Had that been done then, this wouldn't be here now. You would have developed the criteria like we did years ago when all the private schools started remodeling, and we had to come up with all sorts of mitigation measures. We had to come up with templates. That's why this is so important, because you saw the issue. Pat yourselves on the back. You saw it. You gave direction. Now it's here. And that's what is missing, is that type of mitigation measures. That's why you can't do a categorical exemption.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. McDonough submitted a letter in support of that action on that evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Todd Nelson of Rand Pastor Nelson here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you very much, Councilmember Cole, for pointing out that the Appellant's Council did support the R&D streamlining ordinance on behalf of a client who owns property surrounded by single-family homes and a preschool, and in fact clarified that the clarification requested by the council that school sites not be involved in R&D uses would comply with his client's purposes because it was not a school site. The standard of review is a legal concept that I'm unfortunately going to close your evening with. But the standard of review here is substantial evidence. Staff report has discussed it extensively. Our letters to the city have discussed it extensively. The city's decision regarding design review and the city's decision to determine that this project is eligible for a categorical exemption must be supported by substantial evidence, and it is. Substantial evidence consists of facts, reasonable assumptions based on facts, and expert opinion supported by facts. Substantial evidence does not include opinion, speculation, or argument. The city has done the work here. They have analyzed this project's uses, its construction, and its operation under the applicable city methodologies, and has determined, in consideration of sensitive adjacent land uses, in consideration of surrounding environmental conditions, that no evidence of a significant impact will occur. The city has also considered the evidence supported by the appellants, the only form of which could be construed as possible expert evidence would be the PRISM traffic engineering report, which does not address CEQA at all. It looks at traffic congestion conditions and asks the city to adopt a bespoke methodology just for this project to look at off-peak hours and look at different types of non-standard methodologies that the city has not adopted or endorsed. This is not necessary, this is not appropriate. The question about potential hazardous conditions, as represented, as described by Caltech in the letter submitted to the council today, all life science and R&D uses in the city and in the state are regulated by a panoply of comprehensive regulations, ranging from federal regulations, CDC, National Institutes of Health, state, Cal OSHA, DTSC, Cal EPA, and local, fire, building, environmental health. These comprehensive regulations apply to every single lab use, including the multiple lab uses that exist in the city today in close proximity to residential, institutional, and educational uses without incident. In closing, we respectfully request that the council reject the appeal and support staff's findings backed by substantial evidence and approve the project. Thank you very much. We are also available to answer questions the council may have.
Thank you. Okay. Again, thank you everyone for your cooperation. I'm going to turn to the first council member in the queue, Mr. Lyon.
Thank you, Mayor.
You and I are the two elected officials around this dais who were directly elected by the community surrounding these two beloved institutions. All of us represent all of Pasadena, but we're the two directly elected. And so I'm aware of the lateness of the hour, but I hope you'll indulge me a little bit as I try to run to ground
Please.
some of the issues that have been raised. As Mr. Cole pointed out, our task here is narrow, and we are not in a position to say, why not just have more environmental review if the project is in fact entitled to an exemption. That's an entitlement. So we have to determine whether it's qualified for the exemption or not. And then we have to make the other determinations that we've talked about. So I'm going to work my way through. I have a question for Mr. McDonald. You, in your letter, and you just said tonight that there's a mitigation of asbestos in the city's conditions. That condition is we have pavement all over the city that has asbestos in the pavement. And we have an asbestos abatement requirement that is a standard we give all over the city whenever anyone's breaking up that pavement. So that's the condition you're pointing to. Is it your position that anytime we're breaking up pavement on a street with asbestos in the pavement, that an MND or an EIR is required?
Well, if you know that there's an air quality hazard as a result of it that requires mitigation, which is what you have in your conditions of approval, then yes.
Okay. I'm afraid we might have to reopen one of your projects down the street because it also has this, that's not a condition of an environmental finding. And so
But by the way, what project are you talking about?
Also on Green Street. It's at Green and Hudson. So the point being that we have these all over the city, and I'm not sure, I actually think it would eat up the infill exemption, right? Because anytime there's a street that has asbestos in the pavement.
I don't recall Green and Hudson having that, but I can go back and look.
Well, it's on Green Street, and Green has the.
And in fact, the Design Commission actually removed a lot of conditions with regard to street work on the ground. There wasn't a logical legal nexus.
I don't think we need to litigate that project. My point is that really just the question of if that's your position, and if that's your position, accept it. I have a question for your traffic expert as well. Hi. I read your report carefully and listened tonight. I want to be sure I understand where you're coming from. It seems to me that you're saying that the existing traffic problem is the pickup and drop off for the school. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay. And so that condition exists because of the school. Is it then your position that nothing of substantial density can be built in the area of the school because that condition will continue to exist and anything that brings cars to the area will add to that density?
Yeah, I think the city approved that that situation a long time ago, and it wasn't. It just doesn't. It's the city's fault.
Well, no, fair enough. But that doesn't become an entitlement on the streets where you own the streets so no one else can use them during those times,
No,
right?
You can probably push it further, but I think we're entering into a safety issue here because it will create a situation where the research development traffic will go in the wrong direction and it only has a 10-foot lane to do that in.
How did you arrive at that conclusion?
Yeah, the road's 30 feet wide, 8 feet is already taken by parking on one side, and there's about 22 feet left over. So that's about 11-foot lanes.
So you imagine people will get out of the line and go in the other lane to go ahead of the drop-off line?
Yeah, I think that will happen.
Okay.
Could I?
And that, I think, could be managed with a condition about the approach to the building, right? If there's only a turn from the other lane, for example. right?
Yeah, I'm not sure how you would fix that problem with that limited space.
Okay.
Twice a day.
And then, so this is my other question, twice
Yeah.
a day. What's the time of that congestion?
I'd have to sit, look at the report, but I believe it's 7 to 7:30 in the morning, and in the afternoon it starts at 2:50 or 3 o'clock.
And for how long in the afternoon?
I'm saying it varies, but it's about 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank
Where the
you.
line
Could I
stopped,
follow up
yeah.
since he's hit the?
While he's here.
So this is not your area of expertise.
Well, it's
but-
not.
But I'm going to follow up. Unless it stayed a parking lot, if there were a four-story residential building, as there is across the street, with mixed use on the bottom, that would require cars to come and go and park. Wouldn't that be true for any development of this scale?
I'm not fully understanding your question. Can you?
So you're saying that this would cause a safety problem? Wouldn't any four-story building at that location cause a safety problem, if that's your view?
Well, I think that's probably true, but it's, you got, the demographics of who's going to be driving. It's going to be younger people, and they're going to take chances. And
Oh, there are younger people going to be working in this building, you know that?
in the research and development,
I see.
What is that based on?
well, aren't they the students in the? Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about, but I thought it was younger people that would be in that R&D center.
I think that's, I mean, there could be younger people living in an apartment building. There could be younger people going to a coffee shop. There could be younger people going to any number of retail stores. So really, the way to avoid this problem is to leave it a parking lot.
No.
What would be the?
Okay, one thing that I brought out in my report is you could put the access and the egress on Green Street.
Okay.
Which I think it should be.
Okay.
Get out of the little Holliston Avenue.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that, because that, just the idea that this will generate traffic did not seem particularly persuasive. But
Right.
that's a helpful argument. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question for the
Yeah.
speaker. So your expertise is traffic. And so you're familiar with the research and development and the traffic patterns that generates, trips that might generate. One of the alternative, well, let me ask this. Does a commercial use generate more traffic and trips to a site than research and development?
Well, are you going to have a 4-story commercial?
Yeah.
I think it does.
Okay. And so you're aware that one of the alternatives for this site, if we didn't go with research and development, would be commercial?
Okay.
Yes? Are you?
I wasn't familiar with that.
Okay. Am I correct, Mr. Johnson, this page, that one of the alternatives is a commercial building?
It's a commercial zone and commercial uses are allowed.
Yeah.
By right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
And so to.
Can I keep going?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. Okay, I have one for the applicant. So everyone's, I think it's going to be you. I think. So we keep dancing around this thing, in fact, Mrs. Foy brought it up on the phone of like, okay, so they're saying it'll be BSL 1 and BSL 2, but we don't. How do we know it's not going to be 3 and 4?
Yeah.
Are you willing to allow us to condition the project that it remains in perpetuity, BSL 1 or 2?
Correct, yes.
You-
We would be willing to do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. That was my one question.
Can I,
Okay.
before she sits down, with regard to BSL, Caltech is a BSL 2, is my understanding. Am I correct about that?
I do not want to speak for Caltech, but that is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Yes, okay. And so the BSL2 use would be the same as is currently applicable at Caltech?
That's
Because
correct.
one of the, I'm addressing one of the speakers who said, you know, it'll be different. And my understanding is they'll be the same.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, now I have some questions I want to try, Mr. Cole pointed out that not all of the comments directly relate to the findings we need to make, but I want to try to run to ground if they could or they would with staff for a few minutes. So I think this is either for the city attorney or for planning, but what if, so there were comments about the size of the building and the size of the building being out of scale with the church that's next to it. It is zoned for this size, correct? The size is consistent with the zoning.
That's correct.
Okay. What if we just decided tonight we don't like it? Can we just change the zoning tonight?
I think that's probably a question for the city attorney to elaborate on retroactive zoning.
The decision tonight does not include a noticing or request for a zoning change. There are procedural requirements for adopting retroactive or zoning changes, period. Typically, the city, when it finds an application complete, applies the standards in effect at the time that application is deemed complete. Therefore, we would apply the zoning at the time the application that occurred.
So even if we went back and changed the zoning affecting this lot or all of the East Colorado specific plan, this application would be under the zoning as it exists today?
Yes, unless it expires or wasn't pursued.
And it's consistent with the zoning?
It is, and just to elaborate a little bit further on that, it's been a commercial zone since the 70s. It was general commercial zoning, and which is our most permissive commercial zoning district. It allows the most different types of commercial uses that we have. And when we did the specific plan, the recent specific plan in 2022, it became part of the East Colorado specific plan. So prior to that, it was outside of the plan boundary. It became incorporated into the plan boundary, and it's the Mid-City Innovation District. So it's intended to be commercial. It allows mixed use. It allows residential only. It allows commercial only, a variety of different types of uses. Research and development by right, which was allowed previously before this specific plan and as well after the specific plan.
And just to clarify, there is an override, a citywide override for these kind of zones for research and development. And so that's part of the zoning code.
Right. It's not an overlay. It was actually a different ordinance that we did that has specific regulations related to research and development citywide. So outside of the specific plan area where we allow research and development uses, we would apply those standards citywide. And it allows for additional height, some exceptions to FAR. It removed the requirement for a major project CUP that's applicable to commercial uses, for example, so that the use truly was by right and it only required design review. So that was part of the ordinance that the City Council passed in 2024, and it complies with that. So that's layered on top of, you've got, layers of standards. So you've got the zoning code, which is the specific plan, and then on top of that, you have the research and development regulations that they have to comply with.
And as I understand it, the only two differences between using the standards in the zoning code for research and development and the underlying East Colorado specific plan are that it can be 12 feet taller as a building and that the appurtenances on top can be taller than would be ordinarily standard.
Yeah.
And that by calculating the FAR differently, this allows basically 6,000 of the 100,000 square feet to not be counted in the FAR, so that if it weren't for that, the building would be 93,000 square feet instead of 100 and whatever it is, 6,000 more.
Yeah, to elaborate a little bit more on the height. So the East Colorado specific plan allows for 51 feet of height, and then it also allows an additional 12 feet for any use for 30% of the building. So outside of R&D, it's one specific plan area where we allow an additional 12 feet regardless of the use, 30% of the building. And then on top of that, it allows appurtenances, another 15 feet for appurtenances for 25% of the building. So if you're looking lowest to highest, it could be 78 feet in combination of appurtenances and building height. under the East Colorado specific plan.
And with the concessions tonight, how tall did we end up?
I think they're at 73 feet now. The R&D is, again, you have 51 feet as your base height. It allows the additional 12 feet, but it allows it to go for the entire floor. So instead of the 30% limitation, it gives you the entire extra floor at 12 feet. And then on the appurtenances, it can go up to 18 feet instead of 15, and you can do that for 80% of the building instead of 25. So it allows, you know, a more expansive area that has the higher height. But overall height is 81. So you're looking at, you know, in terms of highest point in different configurations of the roof, 78 feet under the specific plan and 81 feet under R&D. We handle height differently in different areas of the city. There's some specific plans that have height averaging that you have to get approval from the Design Commission. That's not what's in this specific plan. We have other specific plans like Lincoln Avenue where we don't allow any additional height. So it really is done as we work through these specific plans on a case-by-case basis. We're really looking at the area and the neighborhood and what we think is most appropriate. That's part of the conversations we're having at the council level. And just to note that it's 51 feet for this side of Green Street. Across the street, it's 63 feet. So this isn't an area necessarily of low heights. They're within the specific plan area, they have the highest heights in this district.
One more question about the size, and then I'll go to a couple of things about the use. But so if we were to grant the appeal and deny the application and imagine that the whole proposal goes away, what else could be built here? Like, what's the maximum size that could go here?
Staff could probably, I know you can do residential, and I
We
know
can
we
do
have, you
residential
can do
here?
residential on its own. It doesn't have to be part of a mixed-use project. And I
Under
think-
the state density bonus law,
Right.
so you could bring in 100% affordable and.
Yeah, I think we had some, I think Louis probably has some information on the residential piece, Louis?
Yeah, I think if we saw a 100% affordable housing project, those projects qualify for no density maximums. They are eligible for up to 3 additional floors or 33 feet, no parking minimums, and they're eligible for 5 concessions and unlimited waivers.
And that 33 feet is on top of the
51 feet.
The 51, okay. Okay, so
Well,
it could be bigger.
Well, and if PCC developed it under the exemptions provided to public educational institutions, it might even be different than that, more intense
Okay.
and taller.
We actually have no control over that. Isn't that correct?
We have no control over that, and that's part of what the Sacramento laws of, the changes in Sacramento law have.
Let me go to
done
the
us.
use for a minute. So the finding on the exemption, we have to find that there are no features that distinguish this project from others in the exempt class, and therefore there are no unusual circumstances. So I don't think there's any, for me anyway, any real question that physically there are no features that distinguish this lot or the building or anything about it. But that leaves the question, is the R&D use an unusual circumstance under CEQA?
It is not. It's a use that's allowed by right. And we have other BSL2 labs in the city and in other cities. It's a very highly regulated industry. And it's outside of CEQA. It's very highly regulated. I would equate it to like hospital uses, for example, that are regulated by OSHPD. So they have a whole scheme, a regulatory practice that they have to comply with. It's the same thing for labs. It's separate and outside of CEQA. It's not an unusual circumstance to have research and development as an allowed use by right.
So I'm persuaded that we may want to go back and look at the R&D ordinance and see if we've got it all right and if there's anything we need to change. But we have before us what is before us tonight. So can you run down, is there someone here who can run down for us briefly all of the kind of the oversight framework for the R&D use?
I actually think that the applicant team,
they're
since they're
hazardous
building these
materials.
labs, would probably be the best to respond to, what they're typically regulated under. It's hundreds of pages of regulations that they have to comply with, but hopefully they can succinctly explain who regulates them and what they're looking at typically.
Oh, well, let me ask this. I know there's federal law in play, there's state law in play, we have the regional regulatory authorities, the AQMD probably affect, but what oversight do we exercise as a jurisdiction?
At a local level, it's mostly our fire department, and they have very minimal oversight. We do have staff from the fire department here if we want to ask some additional questions, but that's really the department that would get involved in their inspections for only very specific things. But most of
Overseeing-
it's all related to state and federal regulations.
Okay. It would be helpful to get a little, just the shortest rundown on the regulations you have to answer to.
And while you're at it, the regulatory agency is the IBC, is my understanding.
Are you referring to the IBC? I have Todd Nelson, Rand Pastor Nelson, once again. Caltech submitted a letter to the record earlier this evening, earlier today. I think it was in the last supplemental packet. And to quote from that, some of the most applicable standards starting at the federal level would be the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Biosafety and Microbiological and Biomedical Laboratories Guidance Document, National Institutes of Health Design Requirements Manual for Laboratories, which addresses the specific criteria for the BSL levels and the specific handling, containment, and protocols. Then moving to the state level, there's California Environmental Protection Agency and its constituent or associated agencies, DTSC, California Regional Water Quality Board, California Department of Public Health requirements, the requirements of the Medical Waste Management Act, California Occupational Safety and Health Administration, South Coast Air Quality Management District, which was referenced before, which also handles the handling, disposal, treatment of hazardous materials, as well as all potential materials that would result in emissions. And then coming down to the local level, fire, building codes, and the city's environmental health and safety division. So.
Okay. And then I think we have Chief Sell here.
Council, Mayor, he stole all my thunder.
Okay.
He nailed it. The only thing that the NFPA standards.
Chief, we need to have, I don't think your microphone is
now?
on and.
How about now?
Oh, is it on?
We good now?
Yeah, we're good now.
Okay.
Maybe we can just lift it a little bit.
Sorry, he stole my thunder. So he's correct. Pasadena Municipal Code, from our perspective, the fire department's perspective, Pasadena Municipal Code, our California Fire Code, our California Building Code, our California Mechanical Code, and then the NFPA standards that are for that. In addition, you've got OSHA, EPA, CDC. There's a hazmat in component because of most of these labs use some type of stored gas that's there. So we will be in these facilities once a year. And then as Jennifer was saying, you have the OSHPOD version of the hospital. You've got your CDPH that goes to your lab field services. And then if there's a portion of this that falls under CLIA, as well, which is kind of all the certifying arms. This is heavy regulated. And then from a hazmat and a life safety, we are in there as well yearly.
There were a lot of acronyms in there.
Sorry,
Government
yes.
loves an acronym, but I trust that their organization, CLIA, is somebody who's going to come and check. Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, last one, because I'm trying to address everything I heard that may tie in. So I get that there's not been a landmark application for St. Philip's. It may or may not be eligible. There was a finding before that there was nothing, maybe no significance, but let's assume it is a historic resource. Would that change any of the analysis here in terms of CEQA or in terms of the exemption? If there's a historic resource next door, should we think about the CEQA exemption in a different way?
You'd have to, as I think Kevin had walked us through in his presentation, you'd have to have a substantial adverse change to that resource, which there would not be as a result of the project. So you look at the setting and you look at the resource. The setting, there's no historic setting. The St. Philip's campus itself they've demolished buildings and built buildings, and they've done their own construction on the property. They're entitled to do that. Having a vacant site next to a building that could have a resource does not make that lot undevelopable. You look at, is there a substantial adverse change to that resource? You can add on to a resource. And you can build next to a resource. You would just have to make sure that it complies with the Secretary of Interior standards and that you're not demolishing it or, the work's resulting in this substantial adverse change. So if it were to be a resource and if the school decides that they want to designate it and have it landmarked, they could certainly do that. And that's the standard that we would hold them to for construction on their site and then future construction, but it wouldn't preempt this.
And it's not going to affect their
No.
eligibility if they
No,
do
not
decide
at
they
all.
want to apply.
No.
Okay, I think those are all my questions for now.
Thank you,
For letting me run
Mr.
through those,
Lyon.
Mayor.
Next, we turn to Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Madison. Sorry, Mr. Cole was first, sorry. Then Mr. Masuda, Mr. Cole, then Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I have my comments. Can I be able to say where I am on this project now, after I ask my question?
Why don't you ask questions? And
Okay,
then we can-
I only have one question, and that is because it's in my comments. Is this project exempt from CEQA?
Yes, it's staff's recommendation that this is exempt from CEQA. The infill exemption, we've done the required technical studies to support that. We've walked through what qualifies the project as an exemption and that we've just established that there's no exceptions to the exemptions. There's no unusual circumstances. So it is our determination that it's exempt from CEQA.
Thank you. Mayor, I'll make my comments after then.
Okay. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Madison.
I don't have the argument that I represent the district, but having been a planning commissioner and recognizing that this is a de novo hearing, that's Latin for we're starting over again, I do have some questions. I'll try to be brief, and hopefully the answers will be brief as well. Let me ask Mr. McDonald. And if you need to defer to others to answer this question, that's perfectly fine. But your traffic engineer suggested that one mitigating factor in the design might be to have two-way egress and ingress off of Green instead of the ingress on Holliston and the egress on Green. That would also push the building back away from the rectory. Is that something that your client, everything else aside, would prefer?
Yes.
Okay. And I will ask the applicant, thank you. That's a very concise answer. I appreciate it. I don't know if Gensler is here.
Within the setback requirements, we can't.
Okay, so for the record, why do we end up with an ingress and an egress in the pattern that we have?
Then the pattern, yeah. So also complying with the East Colorado specific plan where there are significant setbacks and step back requirements, trying to provide the driveway that we could reasonably fit on this site that would still allow for the least amount of queuing on the street, but most amount of queuing within our building. We came up with the approach to use really that one-way ingress and one-way egress to allow really kind of, I think, the most efficient driveway access for the property. And we trying to your point, we were already 23 feet back from that site. And we can't pull it back anymore in order to fit on the opposite side on Holliston where the setback requirements are located.
And if you could just identify yourself for the record. So
Sorry,
we're clear
Nancy
with-
Moses, Trammell Crow Company.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because it would shave too much off of the building on the east side that you couldn't make up on the west side.
Correct. We don't have any more ability to move over to the west side.
And it would force you probably closer to the St. Philip's if you eliminated that driveway on the south side.
We actually need a 15-foot setback on the south side, which is the parking lot of St. Philip's, that side. And then we also did try to look at if, again, based on the site, you really can only have either one single driveway in and one single driveway out, or you have one driveway that's going in and out at the same time. You can't have two, correct? And again, making sure that we had the turn radiuses that you would need for the site, making sure we met the requirements of the East Colorado specific plan and city code in terms of the widths of the driveway, making sure that we didn't need, again, too much, and I'm not a traffic expert, but making sure that we didn't have any, a lot of traffic backing up on Green Street to try and get the queuing into the site. It made more sense the way that we looked at it.
So, just from a practical standpoint, how will you handle the conflict with the queuing for the school?
So again, we're going to continue working with the school. That is our intent, and with the neighbors surrounding. The understanding based on the traffic analysis is that their morning drop-off is in the hours of 7 o'clock, even 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. That's not a typical research and development hour of operation. We expect that the typical time for us would be after 9 o'clock, and so it really isn't going to be that impactful. And actually in the afternoon, we don't believe that there will be conflict at 3 o'clock, but if there is, our vehicles leaving, they would be leaving off of Green Street, which is the opposite of Holliston.
Now, it's my understanding, Mayor and Director Page, that there needs to be, subsequent to this hearing, a process for developing both a construction plan and a traffic plan. Is that correct? And what's the nature of that? I know we have DOT staff here.
Yeah, we do, and they could come out if we want to ask further questions, but there's a construction staging and management plan that's a requirement. It involves Public Works and the Department of Transportation, and they have to basically outline where the construction workers are going to be, where materials are going to be stored.
But what about
or
past
trips.
that period, when the building is in operation?
Oh, yes, so that's another piece that transportation is going to be working on, actually with the school, and I think they're going to be working with the applicant team and others to look at the pickup and drop off and how that's going to work with the new uses, and they're going to memorialize that through transportation.
What authority do we have over either the church or the project, when and if it's built, to change how they queue and hours that they operate and all of that? What authority do we have to actually have teeth in our traffic mitigation?
I see Joaquin is here. He's the expert on transportation.
Joaquin Sicas, Director of Transportation. The authority that we have with respect to the construction is through the construction management plan that was discussed. When they're actually in operations, for full-time operations, we don't set conditions on when vehicles can enter or exit the building because they have, by right, the ability to access that building. So while we work with the adjacent properties and we'll work with the applicant on the best times for things, we cannot force them to come in or leave at a certain time.
I understand. Could you put up, Director Page, the matrix of the, I think, 6 or 7 issues raised by the appellant at the Design Commission? And staff had an answer for each of them. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yeah, we know the site, and Kevin can walk you through that.
While we're getting the actual slide, the increased south setback beyond 16 feet to provide greater buffering from school, consider additional 4th floor step back depth on. That is a condition for them to study prior to. So either you or the applicant, what does it mean to study? Does that mean that they have to do that? Or that they can come back and say, well, that's not practical?
I think the commission, like the council, cannot reduce their envelope that they're entitled to under the code, but they're looking at massing, scale, compatibility, and so they wanted them to consider additional study on this 4th floor in the south elevation, and so it is a condition that they restudy and consider. It's restudy and consider. They can't require them to do it. I think we saw tonight from the applicant team that they have made some changes, even since the Design Commission meeting to this hearing tonight, to make the building lower in height. And so they may, if the council wanted to direct them to do more of this or to modify this condition, you could modify this condition tonight, but it really would be to consider it. You can't require that they reduce the building and make it smaller.
Okay, and the mechanical screen, which makes the building appear significantly larger than it is under the, you know, the basic, they've said they could reduce it. What about the volume of it? Can that be reduced?
I would look to the applicant to see what their response to this. I know that's something that they are actually looking into now as they go into final design review. So maybe and I know that there's been some changes already, so maybe they could explain some of the work that they've done on that.
Because the further set back it is, the less it looks in
Yeah.
terms of height.
Nancy Moses, Trammell Crow again. Yeah, that is actually, I believe that's also a condition as part of the concept design approval, is as we're moving forward with final design, we really need to look at everything that's going to go up on the roof, make sure that we've really right-sized it and fit it in place, and to the extent we can, reduce it.
So one of the concerns that's come up
Sure.
in a number of cases, that I know it's not, I mean, there are many people just think this building should be somewhere else. But if we don't come to that conclusion tonight, one of the issues is the windows, right? This is a window-heavy building. This is, and from the sense of your neighbors, they've asked for reducing the amount of windows. You've already done that?
Yeah, so instead of
What's
full-height glass,
Mhm.
it's actually somewhere between 65 to 75% of opacity right now. So we actually have a mix in our design. We've added a lot of metal panels and a lot of spandrel glass, which is basically glass that has some kind of back painted element to it, right? And then that really reduces the amount of actual visible sight into and out of our building.
Okay.
And so dependent upon, I think, the elevation, and that's, again, you'll see that we added shelves as well on the backside, because that really helps further create shading over the south side, so that we don't have the glare. So we really did try to implement a lot of architectural changes in there so that it isn't a full height glass design.
I am very inclined to defer on pure design issues to our design commission, and they voted unanimously in favor of this project. But as a former planning commissioner, I think that the notch on the west side of the building is, it provides a visual break in the mass of the building on the Holliston side, but the idea that it meets public open space is an absurdity. Literally, if that building is there for 100 years, no one is going to sit on a bench in that little notch that's 9 feet deep and 21 feet wide. It doesn't really meet the purpose of a public open space. Would there be the possibility to, if we relieve you of that condition there, to provide some relief on the east side of the building, away from, without taking away square footage, away from the rectory?
I actually believe that's a requirement of the East Colorado specific plan, so I don't know if you can relieve us of that break.
I think Kevin's going to pull up the site plan, and he said, I think it's a modulation requirement, but we'll let Kevin.
Again, visually, I get the idea of it, but the idea, I mean, you know, Gensler put people sitting there as if someone's going to walk their dog and say, oh, this is a good place to sit, when you're looking up at 4 stories of windows in a giant building. It doesn't feel like the sort of place that people are going to want to hang out.
Yeah, so the specific plan does include the modulation requirement that requires that notch in the building. In terms of it being used for publicly accessible open space, that's something that the Design Commission could look at in final design review to see how that's designed to encourage
activation
use
space,
and
yeah.
activate it.
It's never going to be activated. You know, it's like the 1,000 empty plazas that were built in the 70s that, you know, the watercolor renderings, because they didn't have AI then, you know, always showed happy people out in those barren concrete plazas, and they never showed up. And no one is ever going to sit in that notch.
Can I ask a
Does the
question
notch
for
have to be that
clarification?
deep?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it there as open space or just as articulation in the building?
It
The
counts
facade is
toward-
just an articulation, but the applicant is proposing their publicly accessible open space there as well.
I just don't buy it. It's not publicly accessible open space. Yes, the public could go there, but the public will never go there. So it doesn't, in that sense, it's fairly minor. In that sense, I think that doesn't meet the East Colorado specific plan. It does clearly in the modulation, and there's a value to modulation. But I'd rather see that space provide some relief on the east side. All right, just two more questions, and thank you to my colleagues for.
Yeah, how much more time, Mr. Cole?
Just two more questions. It
Yeah.
depends on how long the answers are.
The first two have been pretty long, so.
In fairness, we don't want to make this decision at 1 a.m., but this is a pretty important
I
decision.
understand, Mr. Cole.
Okay, so on the CEQA exemption, to the city attorney, it has been argued by the applicant that that CEQA doesn't even apply here, that we don't have to make a CEQA finding because this is a narrow design issue, and that in fact, a court has held in a fairly similar case, according to the applicant, that it would be inappropriate to apply CEQA to something that is essentially ministerial. What's the view of the city attorney's office on that matter?
And I'll refer to the Assistant City Attorney Caroline Monroy for this one as well.
Yes, Caroline Monroy, Assistant City Attorney. You're correct. The applicant asserts that the City of Pasadena's design review ordinance does not trigger CEQA because it does not afford the city discretion to address environmental impacts. The applicant has submitted case law to the effect. Under that case law, a court is required to evaluate the agency's specific design review process to determine whether or not it triggers CEQA. As noted in the staff report, there are some distinctions between the City of San Helena in the case law and the City of Pasadena's design review ordinance. And we very well believe a court could apply the legal holdings of that case and determine that Pasadena's ordinance does not trigger design review. That determination has not been made, and the applicants do have arguments that, or the appellants do have arguments that design review does trigger CEQA. In this case, the staff has recommended that an infill exemption applies to this project, and that is the recommendation at this time.
Okay, and the last question is this. We've heard multiple overlapping jurisdictions have authority and responsibility to impose appropriate safety standards on research and development laboratories at each level. And we've heard that we could condition approval on 1 and 2, BSL levels 1 and 2, precluding levels 3 and 4, which I think makes moot the whole idea of needing to do an EIR on 3 and 4. Question is there any preemption by federal or state law that would preclude us from, as a city, imposing additional conditions on, not in this proceeding, but between now and when this project might be built or other projects might be built, in the situation where a BSL 1 and 2 is next to a school? Do we have the authority to impose additional safeguards?
As noted by the applicant and our fire department, there are a number of state and federal and local regulations. Whether or not those preempt the city would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis with respect to additional and further regulations regarding BSL activities. laws of general applicability may be adopted by the city that may apply to that conduct on a going forward basis. With respect to land uses, certainly there can be a change in the R&D ordinance or in the city's approach to regulations of these types of buildings. At this time, the evaluation of what that regulation would have to be and where it would fit in with the existing structure would be evaluated. That would be evaluated when those regulations are for consideration by the council.
I don't know that we need additional regulation, but I think that the parents of this school and any other school deserve to know that those regulations in fact do protect their children. There are community's children. And so I think that outside of tonight's hearing, we should give serious consideration to that issue. Thank you.
You mean follow up on to see?
Yeah, just as we decided we would not
Right.
apply the R&D designation to school sites in residential neighborhoods, which is different from how Mr. McDonald characterized it.
Right.
But
you're suggesting that the city take an active role in following
we definitely
up
should
again.
study
Yeah.
it. We definitely should.
No, I agree with you that the
Yeah.
city should take an active role together with the applicant and the residents to see how much discretion we have above and beyond, as I'm understanding your question.
And how much discretion we have and how much there's a need for it. If there's a need for it and we have discretion, then I
Right.
think we should pursue it. And it sounds like we have discretion.
Okay.
Thank you. That concludes.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. I have just a couple of questions for Ms. Monroy, and I want to say, I'm not feeling well at all, and this has been a long night. I have not left my post, and I have heard all of the more than 50 speakers and all of the colloquy by my colleagues and the staff. And but what I'm struggling with right now, Ms. Monroy, is what is the standard of review? I've heard at least 2 or 3 different sources claim to know what that standard is, but they all disagree.
Certainly. In this case, the council is being asked to consider a CEQA exemption as well as make a determination on the design review findings. With respect to the CEQA, a categorical exemption is reviewed for substantial evidence. Substantial evidence is solid, evidence of solid value, it's credible, and it's reasonable. With respect...
Let me stop you there. So it would be incorrect to say that that's a de novo standard of review on that issue.
The council's hearing tonight is de novo, so it does not give deference to the design commission's decision. It may reach its own conclusions, but with respect to how a court would review the city council's decision tonight, it would apply the substantial evidence test to the council's determination of whether or not a categorical exemption applies.
So the question isn't whether the design commission made the right call and whether there was substantial evidence before the design commission, it's whether there's substantial evidence before us?
Correct.
Okay. And I interrupted you. You were going to cover the second part, I think.
Yes, and with respect to the findings and the decision on the concept design review application before City Council, as mentioned at the beginning of this matter, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Fair trial requirements apply to this. The council is required to follow the law, make the required findings, or find that they cannot make the required findings, and those findings or failure to agree with those findings must be supported by substantial evidence as well.
But those are findings about design, and it's not even the final design review, it's the concept design review, correct?
Correct. The design...
So we can't say we don't want a lab there, we want a restaurant, or hey, why doesn't somebody have fewer, lab space and more clothing retail or something, right? Those aren't judgment we can make on design review, right?
Correct. Design review is looks to urban design policies and goals, and it applies the citywide design principles from the general plan, the design principles adopted in design guidance, and the East Colorado specific plan. The specific requirements and the staff's recommended findings are attached to the staff report, but can also be found in section 1761.030 of the municipal code.
But it seems to me, as I read the record, that the arguments are more about which set of rules to apply, not whether there's a serious argument that if staff is properly advising us about the rules, that this project complies. I don't see any evidence in the record that it doesn't. The arguments seem to be more about whether it meets the general plan or the specific plan, or, we're arguing more about which rule book to apply, not whether is there some substantial issue that you could point to as to where there's substantial evidence of a failure to satisfy our design guidelines? I can't find it.
I think the planning department can respond to the design guidelines and compliance with design related policies and objectives.
Okay.
Yes, Councilmember, if you look at attachment A, I think we've listed where we think that the project does comply. Through preliminary consultation, the first step is identifying what staff finds are the applicable design guidelines for the project, and we provide that to the applicant. And then as the project works through the design review process, it builds upon that, and the applicant is intended at each step to explain how they've responded to the comments on those guidelines and how they're meeting those guidelines, and so that's the process that we've gone through. We've listed the numbers here. We could read them if you need us to, but we've pointed out where it complies with the general plan, where it complies with the specific plan, and where it applies with all applicable design guidelines for neighborhood, commercial, multifamily residential districts, as we have identified starting in preliminary consultation.
So setting aside the environmental review, which I get is kind of a wormhole into another whole discussion about what's inside the building and do we really want that, and what about drop off and pick up at the school and all those issues that are not related to design. Our professional staff doesn't see any flaw in the project vis-a-vis the design guideline, the applicable design guidelines.
We do
Correct?
not, nor did the Design Commission. The Design Commission recommended approval as well.
Well, but we can't give that any weight because we're supposed to decide that de novo ourselves.
It is a de novo hearing, yeah, but we're building on it's an appeal of an approval.
And then on the environmental piece, if we decide that it's categorically exempt because it's infill, we're done.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor. And I'm prepared to move to close the public hearing. Is this still the public hearing going on? After 5 hours or whatever we've been at this?
I just have a couple clarifying questions. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. You're the Director of Research and Development at Caltech? One of you, who was the director, who spoke? When I asked the question of whether Caltech itself is BSL2, somebody answered in the affirmative. Okay, can you just identify yourself for the record?
Yeah, Leandra Davis, Executive Director. Leandra Davis, Executive Director of Planning, Design, and Construction for Caltech.
That's okay. I got the title wrong, but and so you're in a position to know that and understand, and so you can say on behalf of Caltech that it.
BSL2 only.
Okay. And my recollection is that the Caltech Children's Center is on the Caltech campus. Am I correct about that?
Yes.
And there are also people, students, and maybe even staff who live on the Caltech campus.
That's correct.
Am I okay? And including possibly some of the people who testified here today.
Yes.
I see people in the audience nodding their head in the affirmative.
For clarification, I'm familiar with the campus. The Children's Center is across the street where
Just
you're
south.
where the baseball, not the baseball field, the
Right
soccer
near our
field and
athletics facilities.
right,
Yeah.
your major athletic. But at one point in time, that children's facility was on campus. Is that not correct?
It was moved there, I don't have a year off the top of my head, but yes,
Just
Okay.
across.
I was just
yeah,
wondering,
yeah. As is.
and why it was moved, if there was a reason.
that is still on campus,
Okay.
from my understanding.
Yeah, it's and, well, just for, while we're at it, Polytechnic is also right across the street. Yeah. And Polytechnic is a private school in our city.
Can I add something about the,
Your name?
Fred Farina from Caltech. My children went to the Caltech Children's Center. The children take regular walks on a daily basis all over the campus constantly, so there's no safety issue.
Thank you. And I think those are the two clarifying questions. I did look up the Wuhan lab, and it was actually a level 2 and 3 lab, with level 3 being allowing for the biological infectious agent research as opposed to level 2. And so my suspicion is that the research that was done at Wuhan fell under level 3. So I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, so those are my clarifying questions and points. I would like now to turn to my colleagues and see if there's a motion. There's a motion by
There
Mr.
was,
Madison.
I second the motion.
To close the public hearing. And we'll conduct a roll call on closing the public hearing.
To close the public hearing, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarifying question. Previously, it's been our practice, I thought, to disclose in a quasi-judicial hearing ex parte communications. Is that applicable here tonight?
It is.
Well, I don't know about others, but I had a meeting with two parishioners at St. Philip's the Apostle who have both spoken here tonight, and also received a call from Caltech's Director of Intergovernmental Relations. I'm not sure exactly her title, Ann Motranich. I didn't initiate it, but I asked a clarifying question, which she answered. Those are the two ex parte contacts I've had, other than hundreds of emails.
Yeah. And I'll disclose that I also had conversations with representatives from Caltech, and I can't tell you how many parishioners. I'm probably the person who's been a parishioner of St. Philip's for the longest period of time, 50 years. My family's been a parishioner at St. Philip's, I should say. So I will disclose that as well, and I've been approached by. Oh, the nature of the conversation was a combination of traffic and some of the concerns that have been laid out here today. And with the parishioners and with Caltech, it was a number of subjects. As usual, as is my practice, I meet with Caltech to discuss various matters. But I can remain neutral, and will make my determination based on today's record.
Do I need to describe those
The
meetings?
nature of the conversation, yes, council member.
So in the discussions that I had with two parishioners, both of whom happen to live in my district, we talked about all of the issues in Mr. McDonald's presentation, and traffic, historic context, safety, scale, and then with Ms. Motrinich, I asked about Caltech's interactions with the church, when they began, what the nature of them was, and she pointed me to a letter in the public record from the pastor, I think in August of last year, essentially acceding to the inevitability that this project would go forward and asking for several things, most of which don't apply to our hearing tonight.
While we're jumping on, I can disclose as well. Prior to tonight's hearing, I've had limited communications with constituents and leaders from the institutions on both sides of this dispute. And I'm not familiar with the Delaware LLC that is the named appellant in the matter, but I have certainly met and communicated with administrators and parishioners and families at St. Philip's, and I've likewise met and communicated with leaders at various levels from Caltech, as well as supporters of the project. In my case, the council officer's role was mostly to explain the procedural landscape to the parties, do our best to facilitate dialogue, and to encourage voluntary compromise. And I want to thank you, Caltech and Trammell Crow, for the concessions you made tonight. In my conversations with folks from St. Philip's, I mostly tried to remind them that the project is largely by right, and that in our legal system, we have strong protections for property rights. And in my conversations with Caltech, I encouraged them to consider whether voluntary steps might help narrow the areas of disagreement. The discussions were intended solely to facilitate dialogue and explore compromise, but not to prejudge the merits. And I largely not discussed the merits with anyone. I also had a conversation with my friend and constituent, Ms. Matrunich, today, which was mostly limited to my saying I have lost a lot of sleep over this particular application, and I will be glad when tonight is over. But I have not really discussed the substance with anyone, and I come to this without bias and without favoritism, and will decide on the basis of the facts before us.
And if I may, Carolyn Monroy, Assistant City Attorney, each council member who is disclosing the conversations they had and the nature of them should also confirm that they're relying on the record before them tonight, and come to this hearing with a neutral and unbiased approach.
I can make that. I think I can make that representation as well. Then.
I believe I have. I have.
Well, I want to first off by saying I come to this hearing with a unbiased and neutral approach. I have spoken to community members, permissioners of the church, including one that happens to be a board member at the PCOC. The conversation was very brief about it, and I said I'd take his sentiment in consideration. I also received an email from a resident of my district, and I told him I would take his email in consideration like I do with most of my email responses. Also, my wife happens to be a board member of the Caltech Alumni Association, not connected to any dealings or decisions for the schools, facilities, et cetera. My wife never spoke to me about this project at all. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure she doesn't even know this is happening right now. So
good for her.
You have some splaining to do, Mr. Hampton.
She might be up like, is he still at the meeting? That's probably about it. But yes, I just want to say that I take this duty as a council member very seriously, and I heard everybody's opinions, I've heard everybody's thoughts, and I also got a chance to listen to staff's recommendations and from both the applicant and the appellant. So just wanted to let you know I'm here looking at this with an open mind.
Okay.
Just to
Ms.
wrap
Rivas?
this up, just very briefly, I discussed with two residents in my district who are parishioners, very briefly, I think it was maybe on Thursday, when the agenda came out, I said, I haven't seen the agenda, what are your thoughts? And they shared very briefly where they were, and I come to this with an open mind. So thank you, Mayor.
Okay. With that, I'll entertain So we've closed, have we closed the public hearing? Yes. Yeah, okay, so I'll entertain a motion on the merits. Mr. Cole?
I'm going to withhold making a motion for the moment to give everyone an opportunity to weigh in. And this is, I don't know that I've lost sleep over this, but this has touched me deeply personally. I have been a member of my parish, St. Elizabeth, since 1979. I've been a parish administrator at the San Buenaventura Mission and with responsibility. I've been on the school board of a K through 8 Catholic parochial school where my children attended. And I'm on the parish council of my parish now. So I understand the deep concern of the parents and the parishioners at St. Philip the Apostle about the sanctity of their environment. That said, as much as it touches my heart, I wish they had bought the corner lot when it was for sale in 2019, because today it could be an 8-story residential building. It could be a 4-story commercial office building. It could be a mixed-use development with a restaurant with all of the traffic and parking and issues that come with that. And those are all more or less by right. And this is by right under our law, and I take very seriously my responsibilities. I've weighed all of the sentiments, but most of the sentiments have fallen outside of our jurisdiction tonight. What we're talking about tonight is whether we can make the findings, whether we can grant the CEQA exemption. I think the CEQA exemption is the thing that sticks in people's craw. They think, well, what's the matter with just studying this? Knowing what I know about CEQA, I'm not sure we would learn anything more from a year-long study. And whatever we learned, I'm not sure that there's anything we could do with that. So I understand why people would like more study. That's why it's taken 20 years to move forward on the high-speed rail in our state. But I'm not sure that would do anything to satisfy the concerns. So I'm prepared on the merits of this issue to trust our design commission and our staff. It is not picking sides between jobs and schools. It's not picking sides between Caltech and St. Philip the Apostle. It's not taking sides between the eloquent people on each side of the issue tonight. It's applying the law to the responsibilities we have to make a decision tonight.
And are you now prepared to make a motion, having said that, or?
Well, if no one else is in the queue,
Ms. Rivas?
I agree with Councilmember Cole. I think the staff's, I support the staff recommendation, and I appreciate everyone who came out to speak. But ultimately, we have a narrow legal question before us, and I think that there's substantial evidence to support the staff recommendation. If that was a motion, then that's a second. I don't know if you actually made a motion, though.
No.
Mr. Masuda? Yes. Did you want to speak?
Oh, Mr. Masuda?
Well, first of all, I want to thank everyone here. You were saying how late we're here. We do this all the time, and look at all of you. It's just wonderful that you're here. I want to thank all of you that spoke as well, and I thank you for your strong opinions regarding this very difficult subject for this project. Based on what all you all said, the information that I heard, I believe to uphold the decision of the Design Commission that this project is to be exempt from CEQA. I believe to deny the appeal and uphold the Design Commission's decision to approve the concept design review application. Mayor, I strongly support this project.
It sounds like we have a lot of support across the board, and so I'm going to make a motion just to make this go a little quicker. I'd like to make a motion for staff's recommendation.
Second.
May I request one friendly amendment to that we add a single condition requiring the applicant to covenant that the building will be restricted to BSL 1 and 2 use in perpetuity.
I absolutely accept that.
And the applicant has.
Does my secondary?
Has signaled.
Yes.
Okay, has signaled, but maybe we can just put on the record that you are willing to accept that as a condition.
I did ask that
We already
before.
closed the.
We already closed the public hearing.
And I asked when it was open, that
Okay,
specific
all right,
question.
okay. And I'm sure they'd be jumping up and down if the answer was no.
Mr. Hampton, would you accept as well the condition that the voluntary reductions in height are part of our conditions?
Yes.
Yes.
Secondary.
Yes.
And the excavation, while we're on it, it'll be 2 stories of parking, not 3, subterranean.
And, there is a condition, I'm told, and I haven't looked at it again, but the condition about continuing to look at reducing height and 4th story, that this is a condition tonight, but for final review, if they can continue in that direction, that would be, I think, valuable. It's not going to satisfy the concerns of next door, but I think it's the right thing to do.
I agree.
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I just had one last that I'd like to add. As a part of the construction, once it's not actually a requirement, but air monitoring during construction. But I don't know if the applicant would be amenable to that. She nodded her head, so we'll add that to the motion.
I'll accept that as well.
Thank you. You got it all? You got it. Oh, perfect. All right. We got a roll call? No, she not. Oh, do we need to reopen the public hearing for the?
I don't know that we need to have her approval.
No, but.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Makes
I think
for
you're right.
a clear record, but that's.
No, we
Mayor,
don't
if
need
I
to reopen
could
it.
just ask a clarifying question of Ms. Page. Ms. Page, is the BSL designation part of design review?
It is not. It is part of the zoning that's allowed at the property, but the applicants agreed to it.
Yeah, I'm all for an agreement, but I want to make sure that we're employing good hygiene in sort of conditioning our response to this application on something that's outside the scope of our review right now. But I've said what I've said, they've said what they've said. Thank you.
Yeah. I think it was, they voluntarily accepted. I don't know that we could impose that absent the applicant accepting it, and so I appreciate the goodwill shown by that acceptance.
Well, we've also heard some testimony about concerns about levels 3 and 4, and we made an exemption from CEQA that may be categorical, but certainly from the standpoint of substantial evidence, that reinforces the exemption, that the concerns raised about levels 3 and 4 are not an issue.
Roll call.
Okay, we have a motion in a second. Let me just state that I intend to support the motion. I understand the concern of the neighbors, but I think there's substantial evidence in the record to show that all precautions have been taken, and there will be more precautions taken. You know, as I stated, I have been my family's been a parishioner of St. Philip's for over 50 years. Admittedly, my first 20 were coerced by my mother. But you know, my mother started the first Spanish Mass at St. Philip's. And my father was a reader, and, you know, the whole, my sister still teaches Sunday school at St. Philip's. You know, I know the neighborhood well. I know the campus well. My kids attended St. Bede, and, you know, we had similar concerns about our kids going to school at St. Bede in La Cañada, next to JPL. You know, almost immediately adjacent to JPL, and those were concerns. I wanted our kids to go to St. Philip's, but my wife and her family attended St. Bede, and so I lost that battle. And so I appreciate the movement on the height as well. I think that again shows goodwill and to me is evidence that the folks at the applicant heard loud and clear some of the concerns of the residents. We did amend our code. We amended our code to allow these types of uses, including, by the way, right across the street at Protomer. There is a BSL 2 facility immediately across the street, and just by happenstance, not at all associated with this matter, I happened to visit Protomer maybe 3 weeks ago, and got to see Protomer in action. And, you know, there's some very bright people and working there and who understand all of the regulations. And I was very impressed with the work that they're doing there to solve diabetes from right here in Pasadena. I did not at all feel that I would be harmed by touring it, nor did I get the sense that any of the employees did either. And so I'm also persuaded by the fact that the alternatives are not alternatives that would be fitting in this part of our city, and I think we've got to revisit that. I mean, 100% commercial on Green Street at the level of intensity that we're talking about, maybe something we want to reconsider, maybe not. I, for one, would say let's look at that. And then I'm also persuaded by the nature of the regulations that come with uses like this beyond the city and with the city. Then, you know, there's the issue by right. You know, if we say to people that we've thought through our code, and if you follow the rules contained in our code, then we are essentially saying that you have by right the right to construct as long as you followed all of the rules. And I've not heard an argument anywhere in the record that that's incorrect, that the rules as are stated in our code were not followed. And so I find that very persuasive. But one of the things that I find most persuasive, I think one of the speakers said, you know, that that kids in our community and others in our community will be inspired and will be curious to know, and maybe are already curious to know what happens at Caltech. I know I was growing up. As a kid, I rode my bike at the Caltech campus all of the time. And I know some of the kids at St. Philip's will be curious as well. And so I look forward to some of the education partnerships that Caltech and some of the scientists will initiate with not just kids at St. Philip's, but kids from every part of our city. And so for all of those reasons, I am prepared to support the motion. I would say that I would encourage, I know there's been a traffic study done, but in terms of traffic mitigation, you know, this is a part of our city that receives a lot of traffic. PCC. There are a number of churches, other churches, including at the corner of, just across from St. Philip's on the south, what, is it Cordova? And, yeah, Knox. Yeah, I could probably think of 4 churches in the immediate vicinity that draw a lot of traffic. And so I would encourage Caltech, PCC, the applicant in this case, St. Philip's, and some of the other institutional uses to work with the city and have the city take a lead in talking about some of the traffic mitigation measures that might be employed here. Outside, it's just not as a condition, but I think it's a good practice to work together to address some of these issues. Nobody wants to feel the negative impacts of traffic, and I think working together we can work on some measures to mitigate. So there's a motion and there's a second. Roll call.
It's almost Tuesday.
And it's almost
Before the vote is taken, if I may, to respond to Councilmember Madison's question and some comments of the mayor, in light of the addition of the voluntary conditions of approval, I think it would benefit to have a clarification that the design review findings that are proposed to be approved in this motion could be reached without those conditions of approval, but the applicants voluntarily agreeing to certain conditions with respect to BSL limitations and the reduction of parking and the last condition that is going to be reflected in the minutes.
Okay. I think that was inherent in Mr. Madison's comment and as well as Mr. Cole's comment. And so if it's not, then I would ask Mr. Cole and or Mr. Madison to clarify. But I think that inherent in both of the council members' comments. Okay. So roll call.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved, 8-0.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Mr. Mayor, 3 things that I think we should do as a direction to our staff. Number 1, I think we should have a committee to monitor construction with the applicant, Caltech, and the neighbors in St. Philip's. I think that will be very valuable. You've got a school there, and having regular interface to monitor construction problems and solve them in real time will be helpful. Staff to work that out. You've made reference, Mr. Mayor, and I support, I think we all do, that DOT should work with the institutional uses and the neighbors there on traffic issues. That's not going to go away. That'll be that's a real problem now. It's going to be a real problem whether this project is built or not. And finally, that we ask the Planning Commission and Planning Department to re-examine the research and development ordinance that we've passed to see if there are any changes that need to be made, including whether any additional protections are warranted for these uses near schools. So I would ask that we give staff that direction.
Okay. I think, well, let's see. I think those are good suggestions. And did you say the traffic as well?
Yes, traffic, construction, and BSL regulation.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to voice my concern about imposing additional conditions, especially since this project doesn't have final design approval yet. We're still in the middle of this consideration, so I don't know that it's not coming back on final design. There were some pretty contentious parties before us tonight, so I would prefer, I also think that's not a midnight discussion. That's probably a 7 p.m. discussion on some other night without regard to this project. So, yeah, I do not join
These are not conditions as I understood them. They're suggestions. And so,
They are direction to staff for future study.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't join in that request. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, they're not, just to be clear, those are not conditions, those are suggestions to work together. I mean, now, given the approval, we're gonna be neighbors, we being, my parish, St. Philip's, and the applicant. And so I would appreciate it, just as a parishioner of St. Philip's, that we all work together. Okay. Yes, and we do have an adjournment in memory of two city employees, and Jose J.C. Chavez, as well as Victor Andujo, I can't read my, Andujo, two city employees. And I would also ask that we stand and recognize that today there was a shooting in East Pasadena, and one of our police officers, as we were sitting here, one of our police officers was wounded. And so I ask that we keep him in our thoughts and prayers as well, and his family.